Buenos días a todas.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the third day of our session. I hope you very much enjoyed the events that were organised yesterday evening by the delegation of Cyprus and Peru and Oman, and this morning as well. The breakfast that we've enjoyed, provided by the United Arab Emirates, and that will serve us well, give us with energy for the day ahead. With regard to the working group on the strategic plan, the group has finished its work and will meet this afternoon at 3 to review its report, which will be presented to plenary on Friday. And if there's no further information or announcements from the Secretariat, I would now like to pick up where we left off on Tuesday on our agenda. We have 3 items outstanding from yesterday, 11, 3 and 19, and then we'll turn to consider the agenda planned for today. As I was saying, without any further ado, we'll turn to item 11 on our agenda on the IMO member state audit scheme. 6 documents have been submitted under this agenda item, and I will approach the discussions in the following way. We will have 3 parts to our discussion, the first relating to progress in the implementation of the scheme, as well as the time frame and follow-up to audits. The second element relates to the report of the 9th meeting of the joint working group, and then we'll come to the outcomes on the summarised audit reports. So I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce documents C13411 and additions 1, annexes 1 and 2. Thank you, Chair. Document C13411 provides an update on the progress made in the implementation of the scheme, as well as information relating to the audit schedule, audit management and reporting, audit follow-up and status of auditors. To date, a total of 151 audits have been conducted in accordance with the overall audit schedule, and 13 remaining audits are scheduled for 2025 and proceeding to plan. With the first audit cycle to be completed by the end of 2025, appropriate notations on the status of the 11 outstanding audits proposed during the first audit cycle based on Council decisions are provided in the audit schedule. The updated overall audit schedule is set out in Annex 1 for the Council's consideration, including the scheduling of the audits of Haiti, Mozambique and Yemen in the first quarter of 2026. In documents C13411 Addendum 1 and Addendum 2, the Council is invited to endorse the rescheduling of the audits of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Israel to the beginning of the second audit cycle, based on requests received from the 2 member states. The progress made in the audit follow-up is given in paragraphs 12 and 13 of the document, in relation to the introduction of periodic status reports to the Council on implementation of the corrective action plans by individual member states annually, once a year, starting from Council 134, as noted by Council 133. The first status report on the implementation of CAPs, corrective action plans, by individual member states is set out in Annex 2 of the document for consideration by the Council. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario.
Thank you, Secretary General. The floor is now open for comments on the document before us and on the measures that the Council is being invited to adopt in paragraph 17 of document 13411 and paragraph 3 of 13411 addendum 1. The floor is open.
De no haber
In the absence of any requests, there is El Salvador. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Muy buenos días.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to all. First of all, thank you to all of those countries who've invited us to participate in receptions, breaks, and meals the last few days. On the document, El Salvador is very much committed to implementing international agreements and is fully willing to work towards a safe, well-protected, secure and sustainable maritime sector. We were audited in March this year, and we very much thank the team of auditors for their objective approach and professionalism during the entire process, which took place according to tried and tested means. The outcome has been very useful for the country because it's enabled us to identify specific areas for improvement, and particularly with regard to the practical application of mandatory instruments ratified by the country. We look forward to receiving the official report so that we can then carry out the corrective actions to more effectively implement our instruments and develop our capacities. There are still gaps that need to be closed. El Salvador reiterates its commitment to progressive implementation of the various provisions of the scheme and strengthening its institutional capacity. So we've taken due note of the information in the document, and we would urge the Council to adopt the measures requested. Thank you very much indeed, Chair.
Gracias a El Salvador.
Thank you, El Salvador. Philippines, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. A pleasant good morning to all. Thank you to our co-member states, which provided food yesterday evening, Cyprus, Oman, and Peru, and for the breakfast provided by United Arab Emirates. The Philippines extends its strong support for the continued implementation of the IMO member state audit scheme. We commend the Secretary General's progress report in document C-134/11, which highlights the significant achievements in conducting 144 audits since 2016 and the ongoing efforts to conclude the first audit cycle. We welcome the finalization of the revision of the framework and procedures for IMSAS, particularly the introduction of the continuous monitoring mechanism, which we believe will further strengthen the scheme's effectiveness. We note with appreciation the ongoing efforts to address outstanding audits and ensure the timely completion of audit reports and follow-up actions. The Philippines formally submitted the Form B to IMO last December 2024, containing our corrective action plan for the findings identified during the audit in October 2023. The Philippine Maritime Administration is actively implementing the initial phases of the corrective action plan focusing on mitigating risks and strengthening compliance frameworks. This approach not only underscores the administration's dedication to the continuous improvement, but also reflects its resolve to maintain high standards of maritime safety, security, and environmental protection in line with IMO requirements. Furthermore, we strongly support the call for member states to increase the participation of women and younger professionals in the roster of auditors, aligning with our shared goals of promoting diversity, equality, and capacity building within the maritime sector. Chair, the Philippines remains committed to the principles of IMSAS and will continue to work collaboratively with the IMO and other member states to uphold and enhance maritime safety, security, and marine environmental protection. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Filipinas.
Thank you, Philippines. Jamaica, followed by Finland.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, delegates. We want to also express our thanks to the delegations of the Cyprus, Oman, and Peru for their lovely receptions, and the UAE for breakfast this morning. We thank the Secretary General for paper 134/11, containing an update on the progress of IMSAS since the last session of the Council and the efforts to complete the first cycle. We note with concern that in some cases, the target deadlines for the implementation of the corrective actions have passed, and updates on the progress of implementation of the corrective action plans have not been communicated to the Secretariat. We share the concern that the failure to provide updates on corrective action plans brings into question the effectiveness of the audit scheme. It also affects the ability of states to access the support needed to improve the effectiveness of implementation of their obligations under the mandatory instruments. We take this opportunity to encourage member states to provide feedback on the progress of implementation of their corrective action plans. In relation to the nomination of auditors, Jamaica recognizes the importance of supporting the work of the scheme through the provision of auditors. In this regard, Jamaica recently nominated 3 additional auditors to the scheme, including 1 female. Thank you.
Gracias a Jamaica.
Thank you, Finland, followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everyone. First, we would like to thank Cyprus, Oman, and Peru for receptions last night, and UAE for tasty breakfast this morning. Finland thanks the Secretary General for the document C-134/11, providing an update report on progress made in the implementation of the audit regime and related issues since a previous session of the Council. Chair, Finland underwent an IMSAS audit in late 2024, and we sincerely thank the audit team and the Secretariat for the professionalism and diligence throughout the process. We welcomed the audit as a constructive external review of our maritime administration, and we remain fully committed to the now ongoing post-audit work. Chair, Finland believes that the systematic and diligent response to audit findings is crucial for strengthening maritime governance, and we are fully committed to planning, executing and reporting on the root causes and corrective actions in a timely manner. In accordance with this, we have authorized the Secretariat to release our audit reports to the public. Further, Chair, Finland is in favour to develop targeted technical assistance initiatives grounded in the CASR findings. Finally, Chair, we can support the endorsement of the revised overall audit schedule, which is set out in Annex 1 to this document, as well as proposals in addendums 1 and 2 to this document as well. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Finland. Turkey, followed by Brazil.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. I would like to thank all the Member States for the excellent receptions since yesterday. We wish to thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive update on the implementation of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme as set out in document C13/11. While we welcome the continued commitment of the Member States to undergo audits and acknowledge the progress in finalizing audit reports, we are concerned by the partially low rate of implementation of the corrective action plans by the audited Member States. As highlighted in Annex 2 of the document, we can see only a small number of corrective action plans have been implemented. We believe the ultimate value of IMSAS lies not merely in the conduct of the audits, but in the concrete actions taken by the Member States to address identified gaps and strengthen their implementation and enforcement of mandatory IMO instruments. Thus, successful completion and implementation of the CAPs is critical to achieving the scheme's core objectives. Therefore, we encourage the audited Member States to give priority to actively engage in the audit follow-up progress. Moreover, we believe providing targeted technical assistance and capacity building, particularly through the ITCP, to those Member States encountering difficulties in implementing their corrective action plans is important. Thank you.
Gracias a Turquía.
Thank you, Turkey. Brazil, followed by Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Good day to all. This delegation thanks Cyprus, Oman, and Peru for their reception yesterday night, and UAE for the delicious breakfast and coffee today. This delegation expressed its appreciation to the Secretary General for the submission of document C134/11, along with the two supplementary documents providing an update on the progress of the implementation of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme. In this context, Brazil supports the postponement of the audits of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the State of Israel to 2027, as formally requested by both states. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Brasil. Malasia.
Thank you, Brazil. Malaysia, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia thanks and appreciates the delegation of Cyprus, Peru, and Oman for the excellent reception yesterday evening, and UAE for the great breakfast thoughtfully arranged for the benefit of all delegates. Malaysia condemns the continued progress of IMO Member Audit Scheme, IMSAS, and the Secretariat's commitment to strengthening global maritime governance. Malaysia successfully underwent its audit in September 2023 and is actively implementing its CAP, Corrective Action Plan, through a whole-of-government approach to ensure timely compliance. Malaysia supports increased transparency in the audit process and is considering releasing its audit report to promote shared learning with the IMO community. We also commend efforts to diversify the audit pool and strongly support the inclusion of women and young professionals. Malaysia remains committed to nominating qualified candidates aligning with this principle. Recognizing challenges faced by developing states, Malaysia highlights the importance of sustained technical support, training, and resources to enable full participation in the audit scheme. Mr. Chair, Malaysia reaffirms its commitment to IMSAS and stands ready to collaborate with the Secretariat and Member States to promote compliance, inclusivity, and continuous improvement across the maritime sector. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. Indonesia, followed by Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. We thank UAE for the delicious breakfast this morning. Indonesia wishes to express our sincere appreciation to the Secretariat for their diligent efforts in preparing all documents under Agenda Item 11 on the IMSAS. We are pleased to inform the Council that Indonesia has underwent IMSAS audit from 16 to 23 June 2025. We are fully committed to utilizing the valuable outcomes of the audit as a tool to strengthen our regulatory frameworks and enhance compliance. With regard to the document presented, we note the detailed audit schedule as set out in Annex 1, and we endorse the revised overall audit schedule, including the planned audits of some member states to the first quarter of 2026. It is crucial that these postponed audits are conducted as scheduled to ensure continued monitoring and support to all member states. We further take note of the periodic status report on the implementation of corrective action plan as presented in Annex 2 of the document, and stress that the importance of continuing this monitoring to ensure the agreed corrective action translate into concrete improvements. Finally, we commend the Secretariat's ongoing efforts to promote diversity and inclusion within the roster of auditors. We fully support encouraging member states to nominate women and younger professionals as auditors, thereby fostering gender equality and capacity building in the maritime sector, as urged in paragraph 70.6. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia, Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I, too, would like to thank all those who hosted reception during the first 3 days. We are very well treated here in this organization, so thank you for that. I only have one point on this, and that's transparency. We made, like others mentioned by Malaysia and Finland, and I'm just told that 8 countries have made their reports public. I think we can learn a lot from that from each other, so we encourage that, and we're happy to see in paragraph, I think, 17.2 that there's a general encouragement to do exactly that. We can learn from each other, and we get insight on how all the things we do in this room is enforced around the world. So just to support that and to keep continuing that for all member states. Thank you.
Gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. There are no further requests from the floor from council members. So I'll now turn to requests from observers. Poland first, followed by Nigeria.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. Let me start with thanks to United Arab Emirates for the morning coffee and breakfast, as well as to Oman, Peru, and Cyprus for yesterday's sumptuous receptions. Chair, Poland thanks the Secretary General for the update on the progress of implementing the IMSA scheme. We extend our appreciation to the auditors and the Secretariat for their continued efforts in supporting the implementation and enforcement of mandatory IMO instruments. We support the revised audit schedule as set out in the annex to the document. Moreover, Poland commends the member states that have authorized the release of their final reports to the public, and we align ourselves with the encouragements to share audit experiences. We also share the recognition of the importance of audit follow-up actions and the implementation of corrective action plans, including progress reporting to the organization. In this regard, we support the periodic reporting on the implementation of corrective action plans to increase effectiveness and transparency. Furthermore, we support inclusivity and involvement of women and young professionals in the role of auditors. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Polonia. Nigeria, seguida de Bélgica.
Thank you, Chair. Permit me to express appreciations to the delegations of Cyprus, Oman, and all of those that sponsored receptions yesterday. and we give our profound appreciation to the United Arab Emirates for the excellent nutritious breakfast today. Nigeria welcomes the report of document C-134-11 and commends the Secretariat for the effective implementation of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme. We support the continued assessment and advancement of audit planning, reporting, and follow-up process through the GCS platform and introduction of IMSA's Continuous Monitoring Mechanism, ICMM, which strengthens transparency and accountability. Nigeria further supports the call for audited member states to authorize public release of their audited reports, including executive summaries and corrective actions plans, to promote a culture of shared learning and enhance the global maritime safety and compliance framework. Mr. Chair, Nigeria underscores the importance of timely submissions of CPI caps and cooperation with the audit follow-up process. As a flag, port, and coastal state, we recognize that the true value of IMSAS lies in the tangible improvements driven by the audits and follow-up actions. We also align with the call for increased diversity in the roster of auditors and are exploring avenues to nominate qualified Nigerian professionals, including women and young maritime experts, hence Nigeria's government-wide focus on girl-child education. Nigeria is committed at making deliberate efforts to the principles of IMSAS for maritime safety, security, and sustainable environment. In conclusion, Chair, Nigeria supports the actions outlined in paragraph 17 and remains committed to strengthening implementations of the IMO instruments, both nationally and regionally. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Nigeria. Belgium, followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing us the floor. First of all, we want to thank all of those that have provided us food and refreshments this week. Belgium wishes to thank the Secretariats, as well as the World Maritime University, for all the work done to improve the training program of IMSA's auditors. In particular, the e-learning modules, which are comprehensive and provide a good knowledge base for in-depth training. This was recently demonstrated in a training for the Asia-Pacific region, where about 20 women had successfully passed the e-learning model, followed by 3 days of interactive on-site training. Our colleague that participated as a lecturer was truly impressed by the dedication and motivation of the women participating in this training. These trainings remain vital to sustain the IMSA scheme, and Belgium remains committed to the scheme and therefore has nominated 2 additional people as IMSA's auditors. Having recently undergone our own IMSA's audit, we can say it was a challenging experience, but also an ideal opportunity to review and improve our operations. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Bélgica.
Thank you, Belgium. Argentina, followed by Kuwait, please.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank the Secretary-General for the submission of C-134-11, providing an updated report on progress with regard to implementation of the scheme since 133, as well as information on the audit schedule, audit management and reporting, audit follow-up, and the status of auditors. Chair, our delegation supports the revised endorsement of the auditors as we find in Annex 1, as well as the regular report on progress of implementation of corrective measures by member states set out in Annex 2. Finally, we'd like to recall that Argentina was audited in October 2023, and we'd like to thank the Secretariat and the team which took part in that audit for the great commitment and professionalism which they demonstrated. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Kuwait, please.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. صباح الخير جميعا.
Thank you, Chair, and a good day to you all. the delegation of Kuwait would like to thank all, we'd like to thank all delegations, and we also extend our condolences to those who have been involved in the tragic incidents announced. So we're grateful for this document submitted with regard to implementation of the scheme, and to note your attachment to greater transparency and implementation of the organisation's policies. We'd like to inform you with all due respect that we do not think that we should continue along these lines, because the audit reports contain technical information which needs to be analysed appropriately, and for this reason the submission of the data outside of the context in which they're framed might be inaccurate, it might be misunderstood, and could have an effect on the situation. Submission of the audit reports to assess the internal situation and the with a view is intended to improve performance first and foremost, and it could have an effect on the efficiency of member states. We encourage everyone to take part honestly in the audit, in the audits. So we're prepared to take part in international training, and we believe that reports should not have private information which could be misinterpreted. Thank you.
Gracias a Kuwait por su...
Thank you, Kuwait, for your comments. Having listened to the various statements, I take it that Council notes the information provided in C13411 and the two addenda 1 and 2. With respect to actions requested of the Council in paragraph 17 of document 13411, and in paragraph 3 of 11 add 1 and add 2, I take it that Council firstly endorses the revised overall audit schedule set out in Annex 1 of this document, including the scheduling of the postponed audits of Haiti, Mozambique and Yemen in the first quarter of 2026, and the rescheduling of the audits of the Islamic Republic of Iran and Israel at the beginning of the second audit cycle. Secondly, encourages audited member states to authorize the Secretariat to release their audit reports, including the audit final report, to the public. 3, encourages those member states that have not yet done so to provide the Secretariat with the details of an individual authorized to access member state audit reports through the GISIS module, as per Circular Letter number 3587, and to update the details for the designated authorized person as necessary. 4, invites audited member states to provide the Secretariat with their comments on the progress of the implementation of their corrective action plans, and for those audited member states undergoing the audit follow-up process to provide information and documentary evidence requested through the draft audit follow-up reports in a timely manner. 5, notes the status report on the implementation of corrective action plans by individual member states set out in Annex 2. And 6, encourages member states to ensure inclusivity and diversity in their nomination of auditors, particularly by increasing the participation of women and younger professionals in line with ongoing efforts to promote equality and capacity building within the maritime sector, and to use the procedures set out in Circular Letters 3547 and its Add 1. And if there is no objection, it is so decided. We now turn to the second section under this agenda item with regard to the report of the 9th session of the Joint Working Group on Member State Audit Scheme, and I invite the Secretary-General to introduce C-134-11-1. Thank you, Chair. Document C-134-11-1 reports on the outcome of the 9th session of the Joint Working Group on the Member State Audit Scheme, held from the 19th to the 21st of March 2025, under the terms of reference approved by the Council at its 132nd session. The group considered in detail the modalities for the further development of the scheme into the second audit cycle based on the IMSA's continuous monitoring mechanism and prioritization of audits and audit areas. The group finalized the review of the framework and procedures for IMSAS, and subject to approval by the Council, a draft Assembly resolution with the draft revised framework and procedures as an annex is envisaged to be submitted to the 34th session of the Assembly for adoption. In relation to the frequency of audits and taking into account the comments from C-133, the group agreed to adjust the current 7-year audit cycle to a 9-year cycle in the draft revised framework and procedures. The group has completed its tasks in accordance with the terms of reference as provided by Council at its 132nd session. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. Well, as you've heard from the information given to you by the Secretary General, the Joint Working Group has completed its business arising from the previous session, as well as that raised at Council 133. I'm not going to list the progress which has been outlined by the Secretary General, but the group has successfully completed its work in terms of reference, and I therefore take it that Council approves the draft Assembly resolution on the revised framework and procedures for the IMO Member State Audit Scheme and its annex set out in Annex 1 for submission to the Assembly at its 34th session for adoption. And notes the completion of the group's tasks in accordance with the terms of reference provided by Council. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to express thanks and appreciation to the Chair and the members of the group for the constructive efforts which have brought their work to a successful conclusion. If there is no objection, it is so decided. And we now turn to the final section under this agenda item. Oh, I see the delegation of Chile.
Presento una consulta para poder...
Sir, can we make comments on the previous document?
entiendo que si los comentarios son de carácter general y
I think that if they are general in nature and if there's nothing which would call into question the decisions that we are to take at Council, then I would be grateful if you would follow my suggestion that we approve the draft resolution, which is the specific action requested of Council, and take note of the group's conclusions. It has to do with Annex 2, says the delegate of Chile. Well, yes, of course, if you have I'm not going to restrict your right to speak. Thank you. So we'd like to thank Cyprus, Peru, Oman, United Arab Emirates for their kind invitations and the Secretary-General for the submission of the document. We very much appreciate the work that's been done by the Joint Working Group, headed up by Mr. Kit Han Yeng of Singapore. And, of course, we'd like to thank the Secretariat IMSAS team, and particularly Ms. Tatiana Kilic. We know that she's going to be leaving us shortly, and we will really miss her. Thank you very much indeed for your advice. We support the new framework, which will be a solid basis for the next audit cycle. With regard to Annex 2, and this is what I wanted to take the floor on, sir, we do have some comments and a suggestion with regard to the graph in Annex 2. We think it's important that we should be cautious in interpreting the average line in that graph. It shouldn't be taken to be the reflection of the final level of effectiveness of implementation, or the total effectiveness of implementation of a member state as a direct representation of the overall performance. The line seeks to reflect the effectiveness of implementation of the III key components for individual member states, and refers specifically to compliance with structural elements of the III Code, which, as an audit standard for IMSAS, evaluates the enabling level of implementation. That is, it ascertains whether the member state has established the legal framework, the institutional and procedural framework required, and therefore represents just the degree of compliance with these particular enabling requirements. It is not an assessment of the overall performance nor of the effective implementation of IMO mandatory instruments by a member state. In order to avoid any possible methodological risk, particularly were this information to be published online, we are suggesting that there be a clarification made by way of footnote to the graph and online on the public platform, which will make clear the real scope of the information and assist with understanding properly in technical terms. And we would suggest the line shows the average effective implementation of the key components of the III Code by a member state in accordance with IMSAS audit methodology, that this wording be used. We think that this clarification would serve to avoid any misinterpretation and to ensure technical consistency of the IMSAS process. We think that this sort of explanation also helps with the development of a more complete definition of this concept of effectiveness of implementation, which we think we need to make progress with towards the next stage. We take it not just as a regulatory compliance procedure, but also a procedure which requires which must be focused on real outcomes, which are specific and measurable. Thank you. Thank you. I can see other requests for the floor, which I will take. Brazil, followed by China.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First of all, Brazil supports the presentation of a delegation of Chile about the effectiveness of implementation. Second point about the document C-134-11-1, while Brazil supports efforts to increase procedural transparency, it believes that a mandatory release of the audit final reports and audit follow-up reports to all member states may disclose sensitive data and or information. In the revised text, item 6.3.4 of the framework for the IMO member state audit, and also the item 7.4.2 of the procedures for the IMO member state audit, define a recommendatory and not a mandatory action to release reports. For clarification, I quote, report should be released to all member states, end of quote. In this context, Brazil would like to suggest adding a footnote in paragraph 7 of the Memorandum of Cooperation, Appendix 1 of the procedures for the IMO member state audit, stating that sensitive or classified information should be removed from the documents before they are shared with all member states, as requested by the member state being audited. After these considerations, Brazil agrees to submit the draft Assembly resolution on the revised framework and procedures for the IMO member state audit scheme, along with its annex to the 34th session of the Assembly for adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Brasil.
Thank you, Brazil. China, followed by Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation would like to thank Cyprus, Oman, and Peru for hosting the receptions, and the UAE for providing the breakfast. This delegation thanks the Secretariat for the document submitted, and in particular, we appreciate the work led by Singapore in the joint working group. We, in general, support the new framework proposed in the document and look forward to it laying a solid foundation for the next audit cycle. This delegation shares the views just expressed by the delegation of Chile regarding the graph in Annex 2. That is, using an average line to demonstrate the level of effectiveness of implementation by member states could lead to potential public misunderstanding. Implementing the III Code key components merely indicate member states' basic compliance with regard to the regulatory arrangements or other structural aspects. They do not equate to full and effective implementation. The latter emphasizes tangible outcomes in key areas such as safety, pollution prevention, and the protection of seafarers' rights. Therefore, the average line in the graph does not accurately reflect the actual implementation level of the member states. In addition, we recall that during the recently concluded TC committee, many delegations stressed a key point that we needed to deepen the outcome-oriented approach to effective implementation. Focusing too much on the format compliance and forcing uniformity is not an effective way to ensure the quality of implementation. China's own experience with audits has also demonstrated this. In light of the above, we support the proposal made by the delegation of Chile to add an explanatory note to clearly clarify these points in the graph. Regarding the proposal from the delegation of Brazil, concerning the inclusion of a footnote stating that before the documents are shared with all member states, any sensitive or classified information should be removed upon the request of the audited member states. We believe that this will facilitate to encourage more audited member states to voluntarily make their reports public. Therefore, we fully support this. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a China.
Thank you, China. Malaysia, followed by Morocco.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia commends the work of the Joint Working Group and the IMO Secretariat on the revised framework and procedures for the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, IMSAS. The delegation support key outcomes, including the establishment of 9-year audit cycle, the development of IMSAS continuous monitoring mechanism to facilitate data-driven assessments and enhance transparency through the publication of executive summary reports and anonymized audit results. Malaysia also welcomes the emphasis on technical cooperation and capacity building to support equitable participation, and particularly by developing countries. Malaysia echoes concern raised regarding the statement by Brazil, Chile, and China, and calls for further clarification to ensure a common understanding among member states. Mr. Chair, looking ahead, Malaysia proposed 2 areas for further attention. 1, capacity building support. Malaysia encouraged the IMO via ITCP to provide targeted guidance to help member states prepare and implement effective correction action plans, especially for those undergoing full on-site audits, FAOs. Second, audit readiness tool. Malaysia recommends the development of a voluntary audit readiness guide or checklist to assist member states in preparing for audits under the ICMM framework. Malaysia reaffirms its commitment to supporting the continuous refinement and effective implementation of IMSAS across IMO membership. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Malasia, Marruecos.
Thank you, Malaysia. Morocco, please. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And we'd like to begin by thanking Cyprus, Oman and Peru for the receptions yesterday and the UAE for the breakfast offered this morning. On this agenda item, we'd like to thank the Secretary General for C13411/1, and we thank the Chair of the Joint Working Group on the Member State Audit Scheme, Mr. Kit Jam Chen, for the excellent work done. We approve the report and support the adoption of the draft Assembly resolution on the framework and procedures for IMSAS audits. We particularly support the integration of the ICMM, the continuous monitoring framework, which will effectively assess the implementation and enforcement of member states' responsibilities and obligations, and will require an appropriate platform between the Secretariat and member states. And in that regard, the GISIS platform would play a crucial role in providing the required information for ICMM and preparing for the second cycle of the audit. And we would hope that this could be done. We would also agree with with regard to what Chile has suggested. We have no objection to adding such a footnote. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco. The delegation of Kenya, please.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We too thank those who hosted the good sessions of yesterday and the United Arab Emirates for the breakfast that we had this morning. Chair, Kenya thanks the Secretary General for the paper and the Joint Working Group for the report and are in support of the action that has been requested. Having gone through the IMSA's audit and submitted our action plan, we are of the opinion that despite the low completion rate for the corrective action plans, the IMSA's audit experience has seen generally improved implementation of the IMO mandatory instruments. And in this regard, we encourage member states to improve their responses on corrective action plans for the good of all of us. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Kenya.
Thank you, Kenya. I can see no more requests from Council members. We will turn to the observer member states, Namibia, followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. Firstly, we thank all the delegations that have graciously provided refreshments during this session. On the matter at hand, we thank the Secretary General for document 11.1, and we also wish to take this opportunity and join Chile in expressing our sincere appreciation to Ms. Tachana Krilik for her invaluable contribution to the development and implementation of the scheme. Her dedication and professionalism has left a lasting impact, and we wish her all the best in her well-deserved retirement. Chair, Namibia endorses the group's work, and we particularly welcome the finalization of the revised framework and procedures for the scheme. We also commend the continued focus on strengthening the feedback loop between audit outcomes and TC programming. This approach is essential to ensuring that audits lead to meaningful improvements, especially in areas where implementation capacity is limited. We also share the concern raised by Chile, and we support Chile's proposal to include a clarifying disclaimer. That being said, we support the actions outlined in paragraph 7 of the document. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a
Thank you, Namibia. The delegation of South Africa, followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to all. Our sincere thanks to the Secretary General for introducing the document C 134/11/1. We also thank the delegation of the UAE for sponsoring the morning break. Chair, South Africa actively participated in the work of the JWGMSA/9, and you are fully aligned with the contents of the report of the working group. And therefore, Chair, South Africa recommends that Council 1 approves the draft Assembly resolution on the revised framework and procedures for the IMO Member State Audit Scheme and its annex for submission to Assembly 34 for adoption. And 2, that Council approves the Joint Working Group's report in general. And in closing, Chair, we congratulate and thank the Chair of the Working Group for his patience and efficiently running the work of the Working Group. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Sudáfrica.
Thank you, South Africa. Ecuador, followed by Poland. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good day to everybody. Thank you to Peru, Cyprus and Oman for yesterday's receptions, and the UAE for breakfast this morning. Our words of thanks go to all participants of the Joint Working Group on IMSAS and the Secretariat for introducing document C 134/11/1, which contains the framework for auditing plans of IMSAS, which is a fundamental tool to guarantee the application of the requirements of IMO instruments. And that is a key element in safety of navigation and achieving the objectives of the organisation. We welcome the spirit of technical cooperation in the proposed framework. It is useful in the preparation phase for audit and in the follow-up phase as the CAPs are developed. We support the proposal of the distinguished delegation of Chile and share the concern expressed by the distinguished delegation of Brazil with regard to the publication of final reports and follow-up to audits. We welcome the spirit of transparency throughout the audit process. However, in paragraph 635 of the proposed framework, it says that the distribution to the public of the corrective action plan and the final audit report, as well as the report of the member state on the measures for implementing corrective action and the follow-up report to the audit, should all be subject to the authorization of the member state concerned before the audit. We suggest that such authorization should not just be prior to the audit, but at each stage. That would guarantee that no information is disclosed which a member state believes to be sensitive or confidential. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ecuador. Delegation of Poland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies to interpreters for slightly amending our intervention. Poland thanks the Secretary General for presenting the document. We also express our gratitude to Singapore for chairing the 9th session of the Joint Working Group on the Member States Audit Scheme, as well as to all participants for their constructive contributions. We commend the progress achieved by the group, and we support in general the outcomes of its work. In particular, we endorse the approval of the draft Assembly resolution on the revised framework and procedures and support its submission to the 34th session of the Assembly for adoption. We are confident that the developed modalities based on the continuous monitoring mechanism and the prioritization of audits will enhance the efficiency and sustainability of the scheme. Furthermore, combined with strengthened transparency and disclosure measures, these improvements will support the implementation of IMO instruments in the future. Chair, moreover, we have no objection to the clarifying note proposed by Chile. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Polonia.
Thank you, Poland. If you'll allow me just 1 minute to summarize this item.
Gracias por su
Thank you for your patience. After having heard the comments made, I propose that the Council approves the report in general and the draft Assembly resolution on the revised framework and the annex, which can be found in Annex 1. And if there are no objections by Council, we would bear in mind that the two requests for clarification made by the delegations of Chile and Brazil with regard to including footnotes at specific points and with regard to the specific annexes to the draft resolution be included by the Secretariat in the revised version of the resolution and annex, which would then be referred to Assembly for adoption. I hope that I have responded then to the request for clarification. And the work of the group will be concluded in accordance with the Council mandate. So if there are no objections, it is so decided. And we now move to consider the final part of this agenda item relating to the consideration of the CASRs. With regard to this, we have document 11.2 and addendum 1 on the outcomes of consideration by MSC 109, MEPC 83 and TC 75 relating to the 6 consolidated audit summary reports. And I would like to invite the Secretary General to introduce both documents. Thank you, Chair. In documents C13411-2 and its addendum, there is a report on the relevant decisions taken by MSC 109, MEPC 83 and TC 75, respectively, on the analysis of 6 consolidated audit summary reports representing the outcome of 82 audits with references to requirements of relevant conventions and the III Code as the audit standard. A tracking log that contains the status of the provisions recommended for review or for provision of additional technical assistance and subsequent actions is set out in Annex to document C13411-2. This is the second feedback from the 3 committees on the outcome of their consideration of consolidated audit summary reports, following the consideration of the first such feedback by Council 128 in 2022. The results of the analysis of the IMSAS audits form a critical component of the process for the organisation to fully absorb the outcome from audits at the high level, as well as the higher administrative and political levels in the audited states. In that context, the Council may wish to consider any necessary high-level measures in addition to those already taken by MSC 109, MEPC 83 and TC 75 in improving the implementation and enforcement of the mandatory IMO instruments, as well as in improving the provision of technical assistance to Member States. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. The Council is now invited to comment in general on the outcome of the consideration by the various committees of the 6 consolidated audit summary reports, and in particular on the actions requested of the Council as set out in paragraph 11 of document C13411-2. Thank you very much. Delegation of the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية نود أن نعرب عن شكرنا وتقديرنا لكل من قبرص وسلطنة عمان الشقيقة. أعتقد لا توجد هناك ترجمة.
Me disculpa un segundo. ¿Tenemos alguna dificultad para seguir la interpretación?
First of all, we would like to express our thanks to Cyprus. You can continue, United Arab Emirates. Please go ahead. Apologies from the interpreter. Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank Cyprus and Peru, Oman, for their hospitality yesterday, and all of the delegates who accepted our invitation to breakfast this morning. We also thank the Secretary-General for the report, which we support. The United Arab Emirates fully supports the framework and procedure for IMO member states audit scheme. We do recognize the added value of presenting audit outcomes in a graphical format, both during the final audit and the post-audit follow-up phase of the first audit cycle. This would underscore the utility of such mechanisms in tracking progress. In this regard, and in response to action requested in paragraph 11.2 of document C-134-11.2 on high-level measures, the United Arab Emirates strongly supports the application of the methodology and the effective implementation, as well as limited disclosure of information in graphical format based on the outcomes of the audit and the follow-up process under IMSAS. That is why the UAE intends, on a voluntary basis, to submit a document either to the upcoming Council session or to the upcoming Assembly to illustrate the application of the effective implementation methodology. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, UAE. If there are no further requests for the floor from members, I give the floor to observers, starting with Poland.
Thank you, Chair. IMSAS is maturing as much-needed compliance monitoring mechanism. The scheme can now build on the wealth of information gathered through audits and evolve further, as just agreed by the Council. Based on the analysis of audit data, the organization is now getting ready to take action in various ways. The analysis of consolidated audit summary reports provides valuable input into the IMO regulatory framework, while the areas identified for additional technical assistance have begun to shape the technical assistance programs delivered to member states, helping to close the implementation gaps identified in the audits. Chair, this delegation supports further efforts by all stakeholders to strengthen the scheme as the compliance monitoring mechanism. We also endorse enhancing the use of audit data to provide much-needed insight to the organization, which will contribute to improving the implementation and enforcement of IMO instruments for the benefit of the maritime sector as a whole. At the same time, we encourage member states to continue their efforts in completing the agreed corrective action plans, as this remains an important element in further enhancing the effectiveness of the second audit cycle. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Poland. I understand that the Council wishes to note the information provided in document C-134-11-2 and its addendum 1 on the outcome of consideration by MSC 109, MEPC 83 and TC 75 of the feedback from the analysis of the 6 CASRs. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And that concludes item 11 of our agenda. And we would now turn to consider item 3.
Les recuerdo que en su
I recall that at its 133rd session, Council approved its revised rules of procedure. The Council also requested the Secretariat to provide more information at a future session on the term determinations, which can be found in Rule 49. The Council further invited the other organs of the organisation to consider the amendments with a view to harmonising, to the extent possible, their respective rules of procedure with those of the Council. In line with the decisions of the Council, FAL 49, Leg 112, MEPC 83, TC 75, and MSC 110 have respectively approved their revised rules of procedure to align their rules with those of the Council to the extent possible. Now I'd like to structure our considerations in the following manner. Firstly, I suggest we consider the proposed amendments to the Rules of Procedure of Council, which can be found in the document introduced by the Secretary-General, document C1343. And then we move to consider the proposed amendments to the resolution C13486 of Council, formulated in document C13431, Rev 1, which has been submitted by the United Arab Emirates. This document, as far as I understand it, is a revision of a previously submitted document by the United Arab Emirates, C13431. So I suggest that Council considers the revised version, Rev 1. I trust my proposal for the order of discussion is acceptable. And if so, I would invite the Secretary-General to introduce document C1343. Thank you, Chair. Document C1343 provides information on the term determinations in Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council. Based on the historical background of this term, the document proposes a minor change to Rule 54. Further, the document proposes changes to Rule 40 to harmonise it to the extent possible with Rule 37 of the Rules of Procedure of the Committees, as recently revised by FAL 49, Leg 112, MEPC 83, TC 75, and MSC 110. The other changes are minor editorial and formatting ones to align the wording and the arrangements of the paragraphs with Rule 37 of the committees to the extent possible. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretary-General. I open the floor for comments on the document as introduced by the Secretary-General and the measures being commended to Council, which can be found in paragraph 14 of that document. The floor is open.
Delegación de España.
Delegation of Spain. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the Secretary-General for the information which has just been introduced with regard to the rules of procedure of Council and supports keeping the expression determination in Rule 49. We agree with the amendments to Rule 54 in light of the historical background which has been explained and for the fact, or due to the fact also that Council does not yet elect its members. Finally, we support the amendments proposed to Rule 40 as they will allow a harmonisation of this rule with Rule 37 of the Committee's Rules of Procedure. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Spain. Italy, followed by India.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. Italy thanks Cyprus, Peru, Oman, and United Arab Emirates for the convivial moments offered. Italy would like to thank the Secretariat for the comprehensive historical and legal background provided in document C134/3, which clarified the evolution and current relevance of term determination in the context of the rules of procedure of the Council. In light of the explanation provided, and acknowledging that circumstances may arise in the future where the Council will be required to make decisions by secret ballot, other than election, Italy supports the retention of the phrase and determination in Rule 49. To further enhance legal clarity and procedural consistency, Italy proposed the inclusion of a new Rule 1.1 under the definition section, which would read as follows. Rule 1.1 definition. Determination means decision of Council made by secret ballot. This addition would align with both historical practice and potential future needs, while ensuring harmonization of terminology across the rules of procedures. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Italy. India, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Chair. The Indian delegation is of the view that the proposed term determination should remain in the relevant rule on secret ballots, reflecting the Council's ongoing role in such decisions, and therefore supports retaining this term in the relevant rule on secret ballots. This delegation supports the proposed amendments to Rule 54 and Rule 40 to harmonize the definitions of members present and members present and voting with those already adopted by the other IMO committees and ensure enhanced clarity and consistency in the context of the hybrid meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a India.
Thank you very much. Peru, followed by Cyprus. Thank you very much. We thank the distinguished delegation of the United Arab Emirates for the outstanding breakfast this morning. The delegation of Peru would like to express its report for the proposal contained in document C1343, referring to the deletion of the expression containing members in Rule 54 of the Rules of Procedure of Council, because it more closely reflects the actual workings of the Council. So we fully support this proposal as it removes outdated terms that could lead to ambiguities. It strengthens the internal consistency of the rules of procedure, reaffirms the IMO's commitment to clear governance in line with its practices. And then with regard to the Rule 40, we think that recognising the participation in presence and remotely via the hybrid system contributes the guarantee of the full validity of the right to vote. So it's an initiative we support as it promotes the harmonisation of our rules and ensures effective participation of all members wherever and however they are attending. This is an update that duly reflects the evolution of IMO's working practices and responds to the principles of transparency and inclusion that run through the taking of decisions in the organisation. Thank you very much. Cyprus to be followed by China.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. We would like to thank Peru, Oman, and UAE for lovely receptions and breakfast, and thank you to all who joined us yesterday to our reception. With reference to paragraph 9 of the document C134/3, we seek clarification on the procedural implications of retaining the term determinations in Rule 49. Given that the Council no longer elects or determines the recipient of the International Maritime Prize, and that such decisions are now endorsed based on recommendation from a panel of judges, under what future circumstances would the Council be required to make a determination by secret ballot? Furthermore, could the Secretariat provide guidance on the procedural steps the Council would need to follow when such determinations are required, particularly in terms of initiating the process and conducting the vote? In general, and notwithstanding the previous clarification question, this document presents a thoughtful and well-reasoned update to the rules of procedure of the Council, reflecting both historical developments and current operational realities. The proposed amendments to Rule 40, 49, and 54 demonstrate a commitment to a procedural clarity, inclusivity in hybrid participation, and alignment with the practices of other IMO bodies. By preserving essential terminology such as determinations and refining voting definitions, the Council ensures its rules remain both relevant and adaptable to future needs. These changes enhance transparency and consistency, reinforcing the Council's role as a responsive and forward-looking governing body. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Cyprus. Delegation of China.
Thank you, Chair. Concerning document C134/3, we would like to thank the Secretariat General and for the briefing and the Secretariat for the preparation of the document. We are generally supportive of its contents. On the term determination, we support the opinion expressed by Distinguished Delegation of Spain, considering its historical background and the possibility that it may still serve a purpose in the future, and taking into account that the Council has its unique functions when compared to other committees. This delegation takes a relatively cautious position and would prefer to retain the term in the rules of procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, China. And I now give the floor to Greece, to be followed by Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank all countries for the provision of wonderful breakfast, lunches, and receptions yesterday and this morning. On the matter at hand, first of all, we would like to express our appreciation to the Secretary General, as well as the Secretariat, for drafting and presenting the proposed amendments of the Council's Rules of Procedures. Greece is in favour of harmonisation of the Rules of Procedure along IMO organs, as this approach is beneficial towards effectiveness. Greece supports the proposed amendments to Rules 40 and 54, and as regards Rule 49, Greece is in favour to maintain the words in square brackets and determinations in order to provide flexibility in the future to address matters that potentially requiring the Council to make a determination by secret ballot. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Grecia.
Thank you, Greece. Oman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. First of all, we will present our excuses to the interpretation team for some of the changes we will introduce to the text. We would like to thank all countries that offered receptions yesterday, and we thank the UAE for the breakfast this morning. We would like also to thank all those who joined our reception yesterday. Mr. Chair, the delegation of Oman would like to extend its thanks to the Secretariat for the detailed report on the use of the term determinations in Rule 49 and the related amendments and proposals in relation to Rules 40 and 54. In that respect, we support maintaining the term determinations in Rule 49 while highlighting the importance of a legal explanation, clarifying the current use and its scope in light of the historical amendments that referred the membership of the Council to the Assembly. As such, we will remove all possible ambiguity. We also approve the proposals on Rule 54 to delete "or members." This will reflect the accurate current legal situation after the modification of IMO Convention, and this will also enhance the clarity of the texts. In relation to the amendment to Rule 40, we believe it's important to clarify the measures in relation to the participation remotely. And this will be for the reasons of voting. And we have some questions in that respect. How can we achieve or ensure legal verification of the identity of those participating remotely? How can we make sure that they are entitled to vote on an official basis? Is there a protocol that is clear enough to deal with appeals in case some would put into question the participation or the voting of those participating remotely? We also would like to stress the need to ensure full transparency and credibility of all decisions taken by or in the context of a hybrid system. This will enhance the confidence of all member states in the actions and decisions of the Council. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la
Thank you to the delegation of Oman. We've gone a little bit past 11, which is the time for our morning coffee break. So what I suggest is that I give you the summing up under this item of the agenda once we are back from that break. And I'll now give the floor to the delegation of Jamaica for an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. It's time for a break, Jamaican style. You're all welcome to Coffee with Bob Marley in the Delegates Lounge. Enjoy Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee and a Jamaican treat. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Jamaica. Les veo.
Thank you, Jamaica. We'll see you at 11:30.
Espero que hayan disfrutado.
Well, I hope you enjoyed the coffee from Jamaica. And as I was saying, after the discussions on the action requested of Council in 134/3, I'd like to conclude as follows. I take it that Council, with regard to the expression determinations in Rule 49, the Council agrees to keep the words "and determinations" in Rule 49. We had a number of speakers on that. And many of them agreed with a cautious approach with regard to future occasions where Council might make a determination given its own particular situation. So we will take it that Council agrees to keep the expression. On Rule 54, consider that Council agrees with the proposed amendments to Rule 54. And with regard to Rule 40, the Council also agrees with the proposed amendments to Rule 40. And with regard to comments made by the delegation of Oman as to procedures for remote voting and the need to clarify the procedure to ensure certainty, I would recall that this is something which Council has already discussed at 133, the working group on the rules of procedure did make a recommendation to Council for procedures to be developed with regard to remote voting, and also to consider whether such procedures should be included in the circular on the organisation and method of work or in separate guidelines. And Council is awaiting specific proposals on such guidelines which Member States might submit. So I hope that that clarifies the questions raised by the delegation of Oman. And finally, Council instructs the Secretariat to issue a revised Council circular containing the rules of procedure of the Council, including the amended rules 40, 49 and 54, using the Council circular cover set out in the annex to C 134/3. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And we now move on to the second document which has been submitted under this agenda item on proposed amendments to Resolution C-74/86, and I'd now like to turn to the United Arab Emirates to introduce C-13431 Rev 1.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we thank Jamaica for the hospitality and for the Blue Mountain Jamaican coffee. According to the third operative paragraph of Resolution C-74/86, the resolution should be referenced by footnote to Rule 52 of the Rules of Procedure of the Council. As you may recall, the Council, in its 133rd session, approved the revised Rules of Procedure of the Council, including the renumbering of most of the rules which were circulated as Council 1/Circ 1. Therefore, the UAE suggests that it's important to amend this resolution C-74/86 by adopting one of the three options presented in the document. Should the Council approve either of the first two options for amendment as new Council resolution, the footnote in Rule 55 or in the title of the section, option 2, should consequentially be amended to reference the new resolution. Alternatively, the Council may consider option 3 by approving a new Council resolution as set out in the annex to this document. In this context, the UAE believes that all options are good. However, our preference goes to option 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the United Arab Emirates. And the floor is now open for comments on the document that has just been introduced by the United Arab Emirates and the action requested of Council.
La delegación de Chile sería de Grecia.
The delegation of Chile, followed by Greece. Thank you. So we can be brief. We'd like to thank Jamaica for the coffee break they've just offered, and we prefer option 3. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chile. Greece, followed by the Netherlands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also thank Jamaica for lovely music and the coffee. On the issue at hand, we would like to express our appreciation to UAE for providing concrete proposals as regards the amendment of the Council's Rules of Procedure. Greece supports, in principle, option 2, since this option is more dynamic without the need to adopt a new Council resolution. However, if the majority of the Member States favour option 3, we are flexible to provide our support to that approach also. Thank you.
Gracias,
Thank you, Greece, for that intervention and your flexibility. The Netherlands, followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me thank Cyprus, Oman, Peru for the receptions last night, UAE for breakfast this morning, and Jamaica for Bob Marley and his coffee. This delegation would like to thank the IMO Secretary General and the IMO Secretariat and the United Arab Emirates for their submissions under this agenda item. With regard to the submission by the UAE, this delegation is of the view that we could amend Resolution C-74/86 by a dynamic reference, option 2, as provided in document 13431, in order to maximize the flexibility and to avoid the need to change the resolution again in a similar situation in the Netherlands in the future. But this delegation could follow the majority if they choose for option 3 as well. Thanks.
Muchas gracias a los Países Bajos.
Thank you, Netherlands, and thank you too for the flexibility. India, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Chair. The Indian delegation thanks UAE for its proposal to amend Resolution C-74/86 on appointment of Secretary General. After reviewing the three options presented, we express our support for option 2, referencing the section title Appointment of the Secretary General instead of a specific rule number. This approach, we believe, achieves the right balance between clarity and flexibility. It preserves the linkage between the resolution and the rules of procedure, while avoiding the need for further amendments in the event of future renumbering of rules. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a India.
Thank you, India. Germany followed by China.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to thank Oman, Peru, Cyprus for the receptions hosted, and United Arab Emirates for the breakfast, and Jamaica for the beautiful coffee pots. Germany thanks the United Arab Emirates for raising the proposal to amend Council Resolution C-74/86 and the three possible options. Germany prefers option 2. From our point of view, retaining a footnote in the rules of procedure would secure the awareness of member states of the existence of a Council resolution and would be in line with other footnotes dealing as references. Having said this, option 3 is not our preferred choice. In comparison to option 1, option 2 is more flexible regarding potential amendments of the rules in the future and should therefore be preferred. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. China followed by Spain.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Jamaica for the coffee break. For the UAE's submission, we appreciate and support the proposal raised in this document. Among the three options, we lean towards option 2 to avoid frequent sequence renumbering. But we remain flexible attitude to option 3. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, China, also for the flexibility. Spain followed by the United States. Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for the proposal in the document which has been submitted, and we support option 3. That is, adoption of a new resolution by Council, which would be included in all future editions of the IMO Basic Documents Publication, Volume 1, as set out in the annex to the document. We agree with the UAE that this option does provide flexibility and would not require a footnote in the Council's Rules of Procedure. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Spain. United States followed by Canada.
Thank you very much to all of those who provided wonderful receptions last night with Cyprus, Oman, and Peru, and thank you to UAE and to Jamaica for the wonderful transportations to their countries this morning. For the U.S., we are somewhat flexible on which option to support here, but we do see the argument that option 3 will be the most flexible going forward, so we would tip our hat towards that. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Estados Unidos.
Thank you, United States. Canada, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank Cyprus, Oman, and Peru for their lovely receptions last night, the UAE for a delicious breakfast today, and Jamaica for sharing their coffee with us. We are grateful to the UAE for their submission to amend Resolution C-74/86 and their proposal to clarify language to reflect amendments made to this resolution during Council 133. Canada's preference is option 3, as it would result in fewer resources needed by the IMO Secretariat in making these changes, and as noted in the submission, would make any future changes straightforward. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Italy, followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jamaica, for sponsoring the coffee break. Italy would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for the proposal set out in document C-134/3/1, Rev 1, concerning the amendment to Council Resolution C-74 on the appointment of the Secretary General. With regard to the action requested in paragraph 8, Italy supports option 2. This will help maintain consistency in the basic document, even in the event of further rule renumbering. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Italia.
Thank you, Italy. Turkey, followed by the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Jamaica for delicious coffee. We thank United Arab Emirates for the proposal. I'll brief, we support option 3. Thank you.
Gracias, Turquía.
Thank you, Turkey. Republic of Korea, followed by Morocco.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. First, Republic of Korea would like to thank Cyprus, Oman, and Peru for the lovely reception yesterday, the UAE for this morning breakfast, Jamaica for the coffee. The Republic of Korea would like to thank the UAE for submitting this proposal. We support option 3 for its flexibility as proposed by the UAE. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Morocco, followed by the Bahamas. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. And thank you, Jamaica, for the coffee break. To be brief, we support option 3. Thank you.
Gracias a Marruecos.
Thank you, Morocco. Bahamas, followed by Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank UAE and Jamaica for the breakfast and the coffee. And with respect to document 134/3/1 Rev 1, this delegation would opt for option 2, though it would be okay with us even if it's option 3 is chosen. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Bahamas, for that flexibility. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia would like to thank Cyprus, Oman, and Peru for yesterday's reception, as well as Jamaica for the lovely Blue Mountain coffee today. Indonesia supports option 3, and Indonesia believes that adopting the new Council resolution provides the most clarity and long-term stability. By decoupling the reference from specific rule numbers, option 3 ensures that the Council intent regarding the term limits of the Secretary General remains valid and accessible, regardless of future procedural changes. We believe that this approach aligns with good governance and reinforces the institutional memory of the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. I see no further requests from Council members, so we will now move to requests from observer member states. Oman, followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank Jamaica for offering coffee this morning. We would also like to thank the UAE for submitting this important proposal to amend the Council resolution. We believe that option 3 option 2 to reference the footnote is more flexible. This will enable us also to avoid renumbering, and we will be enjoying enough flexibility. Nevertheless, we're open to option 3 should the Council find that issuing a new resolution is more favorable. We would like to stress the importance of ensuring an amendment that is of legal certainty and that represent a steadfast reference for IMO's work. Thank you.
Gracias, Oman.
Thank you. Oman, the Islamic Republic of Iran, followed by South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all. Firstly, we thank Cyprus, Peru, Oman for lovely reception yesterday, and also UAE for breakfast this morning, and Jamaica for the coffee break. The Islamic Republic of Iran appreciate the submission by the United Arab Emirates of document C134/3/1 and its revision. We support option 2, which would avoid the need for future amendment should further renumbering occur. Also, we are flexible with the option 3. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias a la República.
Thank you, Islamic Republic of Iran. South Africa, followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to speak. First of all, we would like to add our voice in expressing thanks to the countries who sponsored the events of last night and also in the early hours of this morning, the breakfast by UAE, and most importantly, the Jamaican coffee. It was wonderful. Thank you very much, Jamaica. We welcome the paper by the UAE and thank that delegation for conducting the analysis that are contained in that document. South Africa considers option 3 as the most flexible one, because with that option, we would avoid the dependence on the rules of procedure structure, but also there will be no editorial amendments needed. In terms of durability and institutional memory, that option helps us, and it also provides for clarity and completeness of that rule. So we recommend and add our voice to support option 3. Thank you.
Gracias a Sudáfrica.
Thank you. South Africa, Ecuador, followed by Malaysia. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank Cyprus, Oman and Peru for the tremendous receptions yesterday, and the United Arab Emirates and Jamaica for the breakfast and coffee break this morning. We acknowledge the importance of guaranteeing Council resolutions, and particularly C-7486 with regard to the appointment of the Secretary-General should be accessible and clearly set out in the basic documents of the IMO. And therefore, we support option 2. We feel that's a dynamic and adjustable solution, which would mean that the reference to the resolution is linked to the relevant section in the Rules of Procedure, whatever future changes may come with numbering of articles. And this would ensure continuity with application of the procedures for the appointment of the Secretary-General and strengthen the integrity of the consensus within the organization. Thank you.
Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador. Malaysia, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Chair. We thank United Emirates Arab for the breakfast this morning.
Jamaica.
And also Jamaica for the wonderful coffee break. To be concise, Malaysia support option 3. Well, thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Malasia.
Thank you, Malaysia. Qatar, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, allow us to thank Oman, Peru, and Cyprus for the receptions yesterday. We also thank the UAE for the breakfast and Jamaica for the coffee. Mr. Chair, we extend thanks to the UAE for the submission in this document. We agree with option 3 therein. We believe that adopting a new resolution with flexible wording represents sustainability to C7486. This will not, or there will be no requirement to update this resolution when any change occurs on the rules of procedure. This option will also ensure clarity and make it less complex editorially. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a Qatar. Arabia Saudí, por favor.
Thank you very much. Saudi Arabia, please.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. نود تقديم الشكر لكل الوفود.
Thank you very much. We would like to express our thanks to the delegations of Peru, Cyprus, Oman, the United Arab Emirates for the receptions that we've enjoyed. Our delegation would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for its careful attention to detail and for submitting document C13431 and its revision. Of the three proposed options, Saudi Arabia is inclined to support option 2, which in its title refers to the appointment of the Secretary General rather than a specific rule number. And this approach provides greater flexibility and future-proofs the resolution in the event of any future renumbering of the rules of procedure. Our delegation also remains open to considering option 3, the adoption of a new Council resolution reaffirming the contents of C7486. So should there be broader support in the room for that approach? Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to all delegations for your comments. There is a small majority in favour of option 3, and bearing in mind the flexibility of other delegations who supported option 2, I take it that Council can agree to option 3 as its preferred option. So accordingly, I would propose the following. I take it that Council agrees that it's not necessary that there be included in the rules of procedure of Council a footnote referencing the Council resolution on the appointment of the Secretary General. Also considers that it agrees that the Council resolution on the appointment of the Secretary General shall be included in IMO Basic Documents Volume 1, and accordingly agrees to adopt the Council resolution as set out in the Annex to Document C13431 Rev 1, and therefore instructs the Secretariat to amend Rule 55 to delete the asterisk and the footnote and to include this revised rule in the revised Council circular. If there is no objection, it is so decided.
Con ello damos.
That concludes our consideration of item 3. May I now invite you to consider item 19 on our agenda on Assembly matters. We have a number of sub-items under this agenda item. I would invite you to consider sub-item A on the provisional agenda for the 34th regular session of the Assembly. And in order to do that, I'd invite the Secretary General to introduce document 19A. Thank you, Chair. The Assembly is scheduled to meet at its 34th regular session from the 24th of November to the 3rd of December this year, and its provisional agenda as contained in document C13419A is submitted to the Council for consideration and approval in accordance with Rule 13 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure. The official opening of the Assembly will be preceded by a meeting of heads of delegation to agree on several administrative arrangements. To facilitate the planning of the work of the Assembly, a draft timetable will be prepared in due course and submitted to the Assembly for approval. Following the closure of the Assembly, a meeting of the Council will be held on Thursday, the 4th of December, 2025. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. With in mind the debate that we had yesterday on multilingualism, and given that there is no item on the agenda planned for Assembly 34, we will proceed to include an item on the agenda for Assembly with the title Enhancing Multilingualism. So with that addition to the agenda, I understand that the Council approves the provisional agenda for the 34th regular session of the Assembly as contained in the document introduced by the Secretary General, and the inclusion of that item, enhancement of multilingualism. I see the delegation of the United States is asking for the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly no disagreement with you and support what you just said about including a agenda item on multilingualism. I was just wondering, under this agenda item, we are considering rules of procedure for the Assembly. Would we need to include that specifically on the agenda, or would that be included under a different agenda item? Just curious, sir. Thank you.
Le confirmo, Estados Unidos.
Yes, United States, I can confirm.
Entiendo que no hay necesidad de más.
I understand there's no need for further clarification. I see the US delegation is nodding, so that concludes Part A, and we move to consider Part B of the agenda relating to preparations for the 33rd regular session of the Assembly, and I'd invite the Secretary General to introduce document C13419B. Thank you, Chair. The 34th regular session of the Assembly is scheduled to be held at the IMO headquarters building from Monday the 24th of November to Wednesday the 3rd of December this year. As noted in document C13419B, arrangements are progressing. They're not verbal, inviting member states and other representatives to participate at Assembly 34 will be issued after Council 134 and will include information on the arrangements for general statements during the Assembly. In respect for the arrangements on the election of Council members, the Secretariat has issued Circular Letter 4915, which requests Member States intending to run for Council elections to limit their candidacy letter and aid memoir to a maximum of 3 pages. The Assembly at its last session agreed to supplement its in-person meetings with hybrid capabilities and to live stream the plenary meetings of Assembly. In this regard, the Assembly will be asked to consider the revised rules of procedure of the Assembly, incorporating inter alia, hybrid capabilities and live streaming as proposed in document C13419D. Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary General. I'd now invite comments on the document that has just been introduced. I see no request for the floor, so I take it that the Council notes the information set out in document C13419B. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. We now move to Part C, relating to the draft report of Council to the Assembly on the work of the organisation since the 33rd regular session of the Assembly. I invite the Secretary General to introduce document C13419C. Thank you, Chair. This document includes a proposal to transition from the current biennial report to an annual report format. This proposed change is intended to enhance the timeliness, accessibility and overall effectiveness of the organisation's reporting via a more agile and user-focused tool. In addition, the document includes a link to the draft 2024 IMO annual report, which provides a summary of significant areas of work and progress in the organisation for the Council's consideration. We still need to make a few minor edits to this first version, which will then be translated. The final report will be submitted to Assembly following any amendments the Council may wish to make. And we will also work on the 2025 report as soon as possible, so it can be available in early 2026. All that with a view to modernising some Assembly processes and improving the visibility of the work of the organisation. Thank you, Secretary General, for that proposal. I would now invite Council to formulate any proposals with regard to the adoption of a proposed transition from the current biennial report to an annual report format, and to that would begin with the 2024 report. I now open the floor for comments.
Delegación de España.
Spain, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Thank you also to the Secretary General for the proposal to move from the current biennial report format to an annual one. We support the actions proposed in paragraph 5. This delegation's view is that the annual report format would improve the content of information and make it more user-friendly. It would modernise IMO's image, and we hope very much that it will become an essential reference publication for the sector. Our congratulations for the presented output, and we very much hope that the versions of the report will be available in the 6 official languages as soon as possible. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to the delegation of Spain. If there are no further comments, I take it that Council approves the proposed transition from a biennial to an annual report format, beginning with the 2024 report, and approves also the draft IMO annual report for 2024, and requests the Secretary General to submit the report to the 135th session of Council. If there are no objections, it is so decided.
Con esto damos por concluido.
So that concludes C, and we move on to consider D under this item of the agenda, and specifically with regard to the draft amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. I would remind you that Assembly adopted the Rules of Procedure, which can be found in the Annex to Resolution A115432 at its 32nd session. In this resolution, the Assembly requested that Council undertake, in consultation with the committees as appropriate, a holistic review of the rules of procedure of all organs of the organisation, with a view to recommending amendments to harmonise and update such rules to the greatest extent possible. Also taking into account experience gained during the COVID-19 pandemic, and to review that resolution and propose amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly as necessary for consideration and adoption by the Assembly. I also recall that Council and the committees revised their respective Rules of Procedure and harmonised them to the extent possible. And as you are aware, we have just considered the outcome of the revision of the Rules of Procedure of the committees, as well as further amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Council under Agenda Item 3. So with that introduction, I can inform you that we will be considering 3 documents under this agenda item. 1 from the Secretary General and 2 commenting documents. 1 submitted by the United Arab Emirates and 1 by Oman. So I invite the Secretary General to introduce document C13419D. Thank you. In light of the discussions of Council and the committees, the Secretariat has prepared a revised draft of the text of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, which can be found in the annex to this document. The base document is the text of the rules contained in the annex to Resolution A115432. The Secretariat has applied relevant changes approved by the Council and the committees when applicable. The changes are shown as text highlighted in grey for additions and text in strike-through and highlighted in grey for deletions. The draft revised rules of procedure of the Assembly, together with a draft Assembly cover resolution, are contained in the annex to the document for the approval of Council before their adoption by the Assembly at its 34th regular session. Thank you. Thank you very much, Secretary General. I now invite United Arab Emirates to introduce document C-134-19D1, which contains comments on the draft amendments in document C-134-19D. United Arab Emirates, you have the floor.
سيد الرئيس كما تعلمون بأن الجمعية.
Thank you, Chair. As you may recall, the Assembly at its 33rd session decided to live stream to the public its public plenary meetings with 3 exceptions as stated in the document. At the same session, it was noted that there were no other matters which the Assembly deemed necessary to discuss in a private meeting. However, should there be any discussion that the Assembly may decide necessitates that the meeting should be conducted in private, there are no guidelines or clear process on how to formally request that the meeting be held in private, how such a request would need to be supported and justified, and how the decision would be taken. Would there be a vote? What would the required majority be? And would such a decision automatically entail that the meeting be held in private? And that is why the United Arab Emirates proposes that the Assembly, being the highest governing body of the IMO, should have transparent and clear guidance on criteria and procedures for live streaming to the public, the Assembly plenary. That would be similar to the decision approved by Council, as set out in Resolution C-79133. The proposed resolution containing the draft criteria and procedures for live streaming to the public of the Assembly is set out in the document for consideration by Council. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, United Arab Emirates, for introducing that document. And I'd now invite the delegation of Oman to introduce document C-134-19D2. You have the floor. Thank you very much, and thank you to the Secretariat relating to this matter. The delegation of my country has the honour of commending this document to you. It contains initiatives for digital transparency, which links the organisation's work to the SDG through an interactive platform containing updated indicators that will enhance transparency, as well as facilitating the presentation of voluntary and national reports from member countries on sustainable development. It's an initiative of great importance because it clarifies the contribution of member states, allowing them to benefit from the organisation's help in developing their own national report. And it will also improve the coordination between improve cooperation between the IMO and other UN bodies. It will allow for decisions to have a better basis, given that they will be made on the basis of decisions and information available for all. So the IMO Transparency Dashboard, we believe, would constitute a development.
Creo que está presentando.
I think you're introducing a document related to item 22 of the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll start again.
de introducir el 19.
Yes, it's 19D2. If you could present that document, please.
وفد بلادي سلطنة عمان بجزيل الشكر لدولة الإمارات.
Thank you. My country's delegation would like to thank the United Arab Emirates for having introduced its document, for putting in place clear criteria relating to the live streaming of Assembly plenaries. What we'd like to say here is the document that we have put forward supplements this proposal, given that it is one that contains recommendations for enhancing the effectiveness of the proposed criteria, seeking to clarify the criteria relating to live streaming. We are calling for clear rules that apply to live streaming to strike a balance between enhancing transparency while at the same time ensuring that there are safeguards for confidentiality where appropriate. We also believe that we should be taking into account the mechanisms for formulating requests for private sittings. And there should also be clarity on how votes relating to that are held. What support is required for such decisions, and the way in which discussions relating to the holding of private sittings should be carried out. We also suggest a review every 2 years to assess the effectiveness of live streaming and improve procedures where appropriate. With regard to Rule 42, we support the change here because it goes hand in hand with hybrid meetings. We also believe that protocols should be put in place to verify the identity of meeting participants so that we can ensure that votes are held on a valid basis. So we invite Council to take note of the suggested refinements to Rules 12 and 42 of the Assembly Rules of Procedure and invite Council to take the necessary steps, particularly including an item on a biennial review clause and the establishment of guidance on procedure to guarantee effective hybrid participation and related safeguards. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Oman.
Thank you, Oman, for introducing that document. So I'd like to approach our discussions in the following manner. First of all, I propose that we consider the proposals relating to live streaming, live to the public of the Assembly plenary. That's in document C13419D and C13419D1, and the recommendations in document C13419D2 insofar as they relate to Rule 12. Then we will consider the remaining draft amendments to the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly, which are in the document C13419D, the Secretary-General's document, and the recommendations contained in document C13419D2 from Oman, insofar as they relate to Rule 42, as well as the associated draft Assembly resolution as contained in document C-134-19D, with a view to its approval for forwarding to the 34th session of the Assembly for adoption. This draft resolution is the cover resolution of the Rules of Procedure, just to clarify. So I will now open I will be inviting comments relating to live streaming to the public of IMO Assembly plenary meetings. And then after that, we will consider comments relating to the other parts of the draft amendments to the Assembly Rules of Procedure. We are fast approaching 12:30, which is lunchtime. So I suggest that we pick up these discussions after the lunch break at 2:30. There are a number of events planned for the lunch break. There will be a presentation from Bangladesh and Mexico, and there will also be the ceremony for the opening of the screen, or the revelation of the screen, by the delegation of Qatar. So I invite Qatar, Mexico and Bangladesh, if they so desire, to give us more information on those.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. أصحاب السعادة.
Thank you, Chair, ladies and gentlemen. The delegation of Qatar is delighted to inform you that at 2 p.m. precisely, the digital screen will be inaugurated. It has been donated by Qatar and will be inaugurated in the presence of the ambassador, and we very much look forward to hosting you then.
México, por favor.
Thank you, Chair, and our thanks go to those who've hosted the receptions yesterday and the coffee break today in Jamaica and Cyprus and Peru. And one more that I can't remember, apologies. We would like to invite you to our round table, Women in Diplomacy for Diversity in the Maritime Sector, in this main hall at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Gracias a mí.
Thank you, Mexico. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 2:30.
এটা শেষ হয়েছে?
Presentation fasting. Ready.
Ring the bell to get their attention. Welcome, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to Sailing Ahead, Bangladesh's drive for a safe, sustainable, and inclusive maritime future. This event highlights Bangladesh's deep commitment to advancing global maritime governance. It's my honor to moderate this discussion. From Bangladesh's perspective, this initiative, Sailing Ahead, is a national priority that views the sea as crucial for economic growth, global trade and national security, highlighting a focused effort to leverage its extensive coastline. It demonstrates a commitment to safety by enhancing maritime standards, protecting seafarers, and ensuring secure navigation in alignment with international best practices. The initiative also emphasizes embracing sustainability, reflecting Bangladesh's awareness of climate change and dedication to eco-friendly maritime practices and marine diversity protection. It champions inclusivity by promoting diversity, empowering women, and ensuring equitable access to the industry's benefit. Bangladesh in 2012 reformed its regulation to accommodate women seafarers. In parallel, it also adopted a number of guidelines for the shipping companies. The initiative seeks to strengthen Bangladesh's maritime sector, boost its economic impact, and enhance its global standing through responsible governance and adherence to best practices. With these words, let's turn to our panelists. We are privileged to have an expert panel of panelists. First is Agnes Naulers, Head of Legal Affairs, Human Element and Liability, Belgium's Federal Public Service of Mobility and Transport. Bewala William, Chair, African Maritime Advisory Group, Nigeria's alternate permanent representative to the IMO. Michelle Sanders, alternate permanent representative for Canada to the IMO. And Marian Adams, Deputy Commissioner of Maritime Affairs, Republic of the Marshall Islands. Our keynote presenter is Commodore Mohammad Shafiul Bari, Director General, Department of Shipping, Bangladesh. We will also hear from Fatima Khatun, a former cadet of Bangladesh Marine Academy, now pursuing a master's in environmental science in UK. And given our 30-minute time frame, we will start promptly. And it's my distinct pleasure to invite Commodore Bari to deliver his keynote.
Thank you, Moderator, His Excellency. Honorable delegates, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a great honor to showcase my beloved country, Bangladesh, and our journey towards safe, sustainable, and gender-equal maritime future. Maritime heritage of Bangladeshi port can be traced back as old as 4th century BC after the discovery of Ptolemy's map. Ancient Greek and Roman maritime traders used to regularly visit Chittagong port for its natural harbor. Ptolemy drew the map according to their perception of seaworld, which was very narrow, as you can see in the screen. Bangladesh is the 8th most populous country in the world with 160 million population, accounting for 2.21% of global population. After the political transition in July 2024, the GDP growth of country is now catching up. 90% of the country's international trade is carried by the sea. Nearly 29% of the population are living in the coastal area. She is graduating from LDC to developing country in 2026. Actively participate in the international organization as flashed on the screen. Ratified 26 IMO conventions, 6 more under review. Elected as President of International Seabed Authority Council in 2020. acceded Hong Kong Convention on 25th June 2023, committed to eco-friendly ship recycling via IMO NORAD SenseRec project, successfully completed IMSAS and EMSA audits, offered annual scholarships including for women cadets from LDCs and SEATs. Chittagong Port is the largest seaport in the country, handling 90% of the maritime commerce. 3 seaports handles more than 5,000 ships, handle 3.5 million TEUs of containers, 160 millions of cargo per annum. Matarbari Deep Sea Port, with initial capacity to handle 4 million TEUs, is poised to become regional shipping hub by 2029. Emerging shipbuilding industry in Bangladesh, with 100+ shipyard, 5% annual growth, and $1 billion USD annual market value. Bangladesh triggering the entry into force of Hong Kong Convention. Started her journey 2011, exceeded convention, as I said, 2023. Over 130 ships recycled every year. Top ship recycling nation with a turnover of $2.4 billion. 2.4 million employees, approximately 70 to 75% scrap steel is reused. 7 shipyards fully compliant, Hong Kong Convention. Another 11 is in the pipeline. Let us watch a short video on the recycling projects of Bangladesh. Bangladesh plays leading role in regional maritime fields. Chaired the IORA from 2021 to 2023, currently chairing the North Indian Ocean Hydrographic Commission, which has started from 12 February 2025. Since 2001, Bangladesh Navy is carrying out functions at Maritime Rescue Coordination Center at the Naval Headquarters. Blue Economy Cell under the Cabinet Division has diversified livelihood, sustainable tourism, and developing maritime industries while conserving maritime ecosystem. Bangladesh, a leading maritime education and training provider, mutual recognition of seafarers certificate of competency with 30 maritime nations, including European Union, has Maritime University of world class, 15 maritime training institutes, 21,000 seafarers. Bangladesh Marine Academy has been recruiting females since 2012. They are now proudly serving in the national and international seagoing ships as officers, engineers, and cadets. We'll have a demonstration today. Presence of female in Bangladesh Navy. Since 2002, female is now 10.08% in the officers category. Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus, Nobel laureate, his vision is 3-0. Zero poverty, zero unemployment, and driving zero carbon emission. Bangladesh government has embarked on an innovative initiative known as EGIMNS project. It underscores the country's commitment to bolstering maritime security and ensuring safe navigation. Command and Control Center is strategically located at the Director General of Shipping Office in Dhaka. We have maritime cooperation with South Korea with EGIMNS project, with Japan for Matbari Deep Sea Port project. Netherlands and Belgium is helping us with dredging projects. Let us watch a small video about EGIMNS project.
In the vast expanse of the world's oceans, safety is not just a necessity, it's a promise. The Global Maritime Distress and Safety System, or GMDSS, is that promise. Mandated by SOLAS 1974, the SAR Convention of 1979, and UNCLOS, it ensures every coastal nation is ready to protect lives at sea. To fulfill this responsibility, the Department of Shipping Bangladesh, in partnership with the government of South Korea, launched a groundbreaking initiative, the Enhanced GMDSS and Integrated Maritime Navigation System, EGNIMS. At its core, a state-of-the-art command and control center, integrated with GMDSS tech, VHF, MF, HF radios, and satellite communications. It transforms maritime response across Bangladesh. This system enables 24/7 ship-to-shore communication, real-time tracking of distress signals, seamless coordination for search and rescue, rapid response with global navies and coast guards, anti-piracy alerts, and modern vessel traffic management. For the first time, Bangladesh can assist foreign vessels in distress across the Bay of Bengal, one of the world's most critical shipping lanes. 7 key coastal lighthouses have been built or upgraded. Each now functions as a coastal radio station, equipped with a 75-meter light tower, solar and diesel power systems, and advanced GMDSS hardware. These stations operate with uninterrupted connectivity using COSPAS SARSAT, LRIT, AIS, and SATCOM-C. All are linked to the Command and Control Center in Dhaka, which coordinates with the Navy, Coast Guard, and civil aviation for rapid rescue operations. High-performance rescue boats further boost readiness, ensuring.
Thank you, Commodore Barry, for your insightful presentation. I think it provides a clear path forward. Since we have a time constraint, we cannot finish the video. Now I invite Cadet Fatima Khatun to share her invaluable experiences and perspectives.
Good afternoon, delegates. Myself, Fatima Khatun.
Thank you, Madam, for giving me the opportunity. I am honored to stand before you as an ex-cadet from Bangladesh who chose the sea, a choice shaped by courage, conviction, and dream that defied tradition. In a society where girls are often told to stay close to home, I set my sights on the open ocean. My fascination with sea began in childhood. Watching cargo ship glide along the shoreside of my village, I dreamed of steering those vessels one day. When I chose to follow this path, many were surprised, but I was determined. My dream was bigger than their doubt. Then stepping into Bangladesh Marine Academy, Bangladesh has long been a traditionally male-dominated society, where the idea of women joining in seafaring profession is unimaginable. In 2012, government took the steps to recruit female seafarers in this profession. We joined 13 out of 300 cadets. We trained equally with male cadets, same classes, same drills, no shortcuts. We earned our place on merit. Though only 13 in number, we never lacked. A defining moment for us, our fellow cadet Nabila achieved gold medal in 2016, outperforming with her male seafarers, a true reflection of our capability. Then came the day I stepped onto my first ship. Some doubted me at first, but that changed when they saw what I brought on board is knowledge, discipline, and resilience. Then about shipboard realities, barriers, and breakthroughs. Life on board is generally supportive, but full inclusion of female seafarers is still a work in progress. Key challenges I can mention here, which is loneliness. Then, despite performing equally with male officers, recognition is not always equal. Some still hold outdated views that women don't belong at sea. When I joined in this profession, I used to hear one sentence from everyone: why you have come in this profession? Many ships lack gender-sensitive facilities. It's time to break these barriers, not just for us, but for the future of a truly inclusive maritime industry. We had no formal mentors. Our instructors, teaching staffs were our only source of guidance. So here I can mention few suggestions. Structured global mentorship program should be established to motivate women in maritime sectors. Assign at least 2 female cadets per ship to reduce isolation and build peer support. Establish clear recruitment guidelines for hiring and promoting female seafarers. Create a zero-tolerance policy for harassment and bullying with confidential reporting channels. Offer mental health support, especially during long voyages. Here, about Bangladesh case study from 2012 to 2025. Here, you can see the career status of female mariners. Out of 138 female mariners trained from Bangladesh Marine Academy, only 66 are currently on board. There is still much to be done to motivate and retain them in this profession. A new chapter about me. To advance my career, I pursued my MSc in Environmental Science and Management from Teesside University. This May 2025, I have acquired distinction among all the fellow. I believe women belong not just on ships, but in leadership, shaping the future of maritime governance. Inspiration from IMO Secretary General. The IMO is working proactively to increase the number of women seafarers. The IMO Secretary General took selfie with our female cadets. Activities like this will always encourage more women to pursue this career at sea. My story is shared. Women can thrive in this industry. We need inclusive policies, mentorship, and global solidarity to open doors wider, ensuring that talent, not gender, defines our future at sea. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Cadet. Thank you, Cadet Fatima Khatun, to share your powerful and inspiring presentation. And your journey exemplifies resilience and dedication, offering invaluable insight for encouraging more women to embrace a career at sea. Now we will benefit from the diverse perspective of our esteemed panelists. Our first panelist is Agnes Naulers. She has degrees in law and international relations and has represented Belgium at the IMO and ILO since 2011, focusing on maritime law, safety, and seafarers' well-being. And my question to you, that based on your experience at IMO and ILO, what concrete steps can government take to support a more diverse and inclusive maritime workforce, particularly encouraging women, so that more women could work on broad ships?
Thank you very much for this question, and also thank you for the opportunity to speak at your panel. From the Belgian point of view, we have two phases that we're looking at, and the first phase is to promote maritime jobs, specifically to girls and women. So our regional government has a project, and it's called Project Olivia. Olivia has been the most popular name in Belgium for several years now, and it's our aim to get all of those Olivias to choose a maritime career. And it's a campaign that focuses specifically on girls and women via testimonials from women that are already working in the maritime sector. It also very much stresses the advantages of working in the maritime sector. It's a sector that's continually growing, so it has a lot of job opportunities. It's going to be, there's going to be job stability there. It's a very versatile sector, also a very international sector, which is an added benefit for everyone. Then also they try to underscore the various training opportunities. So you can have a maritime education in high school. There's also the Antwerp Maritime Academy specifically for seafarers. And then there's also evening classes. So in any stage of your life, you can follow maritime training specifically for your needs. And another project that they have is also the Are You Waterproof campaign, and that is specifically aimed at attracting more women as seafarers. And as a government, we don't only want to promote the maritime sector, but we also want to make it better and make a more attractive sector as a whole. And that's why we had a proposal during the last session of TC and to include more diversity, equity, equality, and inclusion in the maritime sector. It was co-sponsored by many and received overwhelming support. There are 8 billion people on this planet, 4 billion women. We're not all the same. There's lots of differences, and we need to embrace that and see it as a strength. And that's why we introduced a proposal to have more diversity within the maritime sector, and also to create a sector where everyone feels welcome and everyone feels safe to work. And in our view, that's pivotal to attract more women to the sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Naulertz, for your valuable recommendations to include diversity and inclusion in the maritime workforce. And I think your expertise provide a clear roadmap for governments to encourage more women on broad ships. Now, our next panelist is Paola William. He chairs the African Maritime Advisory Group, coordinating Africa's stance on global maritime policy, represents MAUCA at the IMO, and works closely with the African Caribbean Pacific Group on sustainability and inclusion. He also supports gender equality through his involvement in the IMO's Women in Maritime Initiative and mentors students from the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. So my question to you, William, I know you were working as chair as AMAG at IMO for a long time. How do you find the contributions and participation of women seafarers, particularly from the African region, in the global maritime industry?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much.
I sincerely appreciate you for this very thoughtful question. And I want to start by first commending the Bangladesh delegation led by yourself for organizing this very important dialogue on building safer, inclusive, and more sustainable maritime future for all of us. From my experience as the chair of the Africa Maritime Advisory Group, I can say with conviction that I can see the African women seafarers are steadily breaking what used to be thought as historic barriers, and they are making a lot of valuable and meaningful contribution in the maritime industry. We can see over time now that there are female captains in Nigeria, female chief engineers, and of course, apart from being sailors, there are different dimensions of the maritime. We've had a minister in Nigeria that's a lady, and we've seen permanent secretary, a lady, managing director of the Nigeria Ports Authority, a lady, and quite a number of key individuals, and that serves as a great motivation. Now, demystifying the broadly perceived term that seafaring job, maritime job, is a man's job. Therefore, when you know that the person that will take decision up there is a female, and when you know at whatever level that you are, that at the very highest top level, you could see somebody that looks like you, think like you, feel what you feel, then you know it is possible. And we feel there's no better example for that than that. So we are doing that a lot in Nigeria, and I've seen quite a lot in Namibia, in Kenya, across Africa. I've seen quite a lot, and really we are seeing women rise as deck officers, you know, to masters, to captains, as oilers, to chief engineers, as the case may be. So really, there's a lot of commitment, and their resilience is very, very clear. Their professionalism is very clear, and they are focused because it takes two to tango. Yeah, so really we congratulate that part. And for me, I would also say there are fundamental areas that we need to also question, both as men and also as women. Now, because there are some terms which that have not been questioned over time. For example, the word seaman, able seaman, ordinary seaman, watchman, dockman, deckman, linesman, rigger, oilman, fireman, all those presupposes that it's a man's job. And what we are unfortunately doing, both men and I mean from the ends of the aisle, is to continue to unconsciously emphasize mentally that it is a man's job, because that's what we said. Yeah, so.
Yes, I can include chairman also. Thank you, William, for sharing your unique perspective on development and resilience of African women seafarers, and also for highlighting their growing participation in global maritime industry. And your work with AMAG is truly impactful. Thank you for that. Our third panelist is Michelle Sanders. She is active in the IMO Gender Equality Network, mentors WMU and EMLI students, and leads a guide on recruiting and retaining women in maritime. She holds law degree from McGill University and an LLM in global sustainability and environmental law from the University of Ottawa. So Michelle, I understand you have been working on developing a best practice guide for women in maritime. Can you give us more information on what you are hoping to achieve with this guide?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair, and to Bangladesh for inviting me to be part of this today. So what was the motivation, maybe I'll start with that, of developing this guide? We often talk about challenges, and we heard Fatima speak about that earlier today, about some of the challenges that she experienced. I'm one that doesn't like talking about challenges without talking about solutions. The motivation behind this, we held a workshop at Canada House last year as part of the IMO Gender Equality Network's Open House initiative to explore, okay, we understand the challenges, we keep talking about the challenges, so what are the solutions? What are people doing? What can we do as maritime administrations, as industry associations, international organizations, to address those challenges? And what we started to learn is that there are things being implemented across. I mean, we heard from Belgium about some of the work they're doing, some of the work Nigeria is doing, that Bangladesh is doing to encourage the role of women in the sector. So I know it's often easier to learn by example and to see what other people are doing, to copy that, as opposed to, sometimes you're like, I don't even know where to start. I mean, who has that? I think we've all had that experience, as, where do you even start? So the idea of the Best Practices Guide is to kind of create a virtual resource guide of what other organizations, maritime administrations, industry are doing to promote the recruitment and retention of women. What are the actual programs and initiatives that they have put in place, and how are they working, and what have they done to actually improve and address some of those challenges? So we issued a survey kind of across the sector to, through the IMO Gender Network, through the Women in Maritime program, through the IMO member states, to try to collate some of those ideas. And we received great response. We had 75 responses from 22 countries. So it took a little bit longer to weed through them, but I can say it is imminently going to be published on the IMO Gender Equality Network website. And what this will do is kind of provide some examples, at least a snapshot of different programs and initiatives that have been put in place in different areas. So hiring and recruitment, training of women, retention programs, mentorship, as well as some kind of addressing some of the longer term kind of policy issues around maternity leave or parental leave more generally, safety standards, training initiatives. So it's really intended to be a place where people can go and see what, we see this gap in our program, how do we actually address it, what are others doing, and then, being able to contact that organization or that maritime administration to learn more from them so that you can kind of learn from their experience and their efforts to either improve on or replicate that. So, hopefully creating broader industry standards and improve industry standards, I should say, and improve just the accessibility and access to these different programs globally so that the sector becomes more inclusive, and not only from the recruitment stage, but I think the important one is the retention. We get them in the door, but how do we retain them? How do we keep them as part of the sector and provide the resources and the support women need to be active and effective members of the sector, which we know they can be.
Of course. Yes, I agree with you. Thank you, Michelle, for that comprehensive overview, for your best practice guide. And I'm looking forward to see that as soon as possible, and your insight into developing effective strategies for inclusive recruiting and retaining women in maritime are exactly what the industry needs to move forward, I think. So our final panelist is Marianne Adams. She worked with the nation's permanent representative to the IMO since 2012. She began as a seafarer, is a qualified master marine, and holds an MBA in maritime management and a PGCE. So my question to Captain Marianne, we often hear about the negatives of being a seafarer, but a successful mariner working in a diverse field, could you elaborate on some of the positives of a career at sea to encourage young females to step into the sea?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to go into my PGCE, my teacher role, because I wanted to offer to the room what are the positives of being a seafarer. Because as I look around the room, I can see many seafarers, ex-seafarers sat in front of me. So before I embark on maybe just talking a bit about the positives of being a seafarer, not just a female seafarer, okay, a seafarer. So those that have been at sea, hopefully I'm on the right track, and hopefully you will tell me if maybe I'm not. I think the positives of being a seafarer, when you embark on a career at sea, and a career at sea can start at any age. So as a ex-teacher in the maritime industry as well, I also had cadets that were in their 50s. These were second-term seafarer cadets. So we often think of seafarers or cadets as the youth of today and the young. I was one of the young ones once. And I think some of the people sat in front of me were probably some of the young ones once as well. If you do embark on a career at a young age, I think what it teaches you is, you mentioned it in your presentation, was resilience. And this is a word that comes along all the time with seafarers. They're resilient, they can react. Why can they react? Because as a seafarer, you are embarking on a career that at a very young age, you've just been shot across the world. You know, you could be 17 years of age and never left your country, and the next thing you're on a ship in Singapore with a whole bunch of people. You have no idea who they are. And different nationalities, different cultures, and you have to adapt really quickly. And I think as a seafarer, we forget that the value that we add to the commercial industry, without ships, without seafarers, we know, we've heard it a lot, there will be no ships. But you have to think about the person themselves, because they learn to work as a team. They can't panic. They have to take things calmly. You have to problem solve. There's not a fire engine just going to suddenly turn up on the side of your ship to put the fire out. The doctor, I'm sure those with their shipmasters' medicals, I mean, that's one of the most, as someone said to me once, one of the most barbaric courses a seafarer will ever take. You learn birth to death in a week, and you have to get on with it. If your seafarer colleague ends up with a problem, you have to deal with it as the medic on board. No one's going to fly a doctor in for you. So the positives are that we are training not just a seafarer, we're training a very adaptable, very resilient, and very confident people that can get on with things. And I think there is a lot of negatives, and we've heard a lot of that this week, and it's very sad. But I think for young people, for older people that may want a second career, come and see me later if you want to go to sea. You're training the person, and then leading on from what Michelle said. The fact is, you have got these people that are confident, and then you can bring them ashore. Don't lose them. Bring them ashore, as we can see here. So lots of positives for going to sea, and at all ages as well. I just want to thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Captain Marian, for your inspiring words, resilience. It's really truly inspiring and encouraging, and I believe you have provided valuable insights, provide compelling reasons for young women to consider this rewarding path of seafarers. And so we came to almost at the end of our event today, distinguished audience. Today's discussion powerfully highlights the collective commitment essential for advancing global maritime governance, and Bangladesh is dedicated to collaborating to create an environment where innovation thrives, safety is paramount, and everyone, regardless of gender, has the opportunity to contribute to the maritime industry's success. By weaving inclusivity and sustainability into the core of our maritime policies, we truly pave the way for a more resilient and equitable future for all. So special thank you to our Commodore Muhammad Shafiul Bari for his insightful keynote, and to our distinguished panelists, Agnes Naularts, Paula William, Michelle Sanders, and Captain Marian Adams for their invaluable perspective. And I also thank Captain Seafarer Fatima Khatun for her presentation. Finally, I thank all the excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for your active participation. And we close this event with a shared vision by working together, guided by the principles of safety, sustainability, and inclusivity. We can truly sail ahead forward towards a brighter, more prosperous future for the global maritime industry. Thank you all.
And hello, please. Yes. Yeah, yes. She's over there. Okay. Please remain in the room. We are going to start the subsequent panel about women in diplomacy for diversity in the maritime sector. We keep on topic, so just hold on for 2 minutes and we'll start. Hold on there while we, can you hear me? Hold on there while we wait for our panelists to come to, yes, we have 5 minutes, but we'll be here. our last panelist is about to arrive. Oh, she just did.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. So it's wonderful to be back here with so many friendly faces, very well-known, beautiful friends. It is an absolute honor to be here. Today we are going to be talking about women in maritime world. First of all, it's an absolute honor to welcome and introduce Ambassador Linda Ann Scott, current High Commissioner to the United Kingdom and permanent representative to the IMO. Ambassador Linda Scott has a long diplomatic career. Amongst other diplomatic posts, she was a deputy permanent representative of the United Nations and Director of Multilateral Relationships Corporation of Namibia. Thank you, sister. It's always a pleasure to have you to work together and to be here sharing this. It's one of our priorities, the inclusion, gender inclusion, and feminine inclusion, especially in the maritime world. And we have also another ambassador sister, Jimena Fuentes. She is a Chilean ambassador to the United Kingdom and permanent representative to IMO. In her extensive diplomatic career, Ambassador Fuentes was Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs and has represented her country in the International Court of Justice. Thank you very much, all of you who have attended and who have stayed. And I want to start by saying that Mexico is absolutely honored to host this roundtable with women permanent representatives to the International Maritime Organization to discuss how to advance diversity, equality, equity, and the inclusion of women in the maritime sector. As chair of Women in Diplomacy and G100, I believe it is essential that women continue to promote diversity and inclusion within the IMO. It's crucial. It's fundamental. Ambassadors from all regions will offer brief reflections on the pressing needs to continue transforming the sector into a more inclusive space, one that welcomes individuals of all ethnicities, skin colors, genders, ages, religion, sexual orientation, and socioeconomic backgrounds, and it is enriched by their talents and perspectives. The IMO has made progress in promoting the inclusion of all women in the maritime sector, partially due to the need to increase recruitment diversity in this sector. Although we have made some advances, such amends of the safe ferries training certification watchkeeping to avoid the sanctions, bullying and harassment in the maritime sector, including sexual assault and sexual harassment, and the launching of 8 Women in Maritime Association. According to the Women Maritime Survey 2024, women only make 19% of the workforce and only 1% of the seafarers. We need to help and support women to feel safe in the ship, to know that we are safe, to know that we belong, not only welcome, but safe and belonging. Recently, the IMO Technical Cooperation Committee, in the 76th section, approved inclusion on the agenda of the expanded output of capacity development, empowering all women, and the promotion of diversity, equality, inclusion in the maritime sector, calling member states to submit proposals of defining how the sector can approach diversity, equality, and inclusion. This roundtable is an opportunity to discuss and collaborate on the possible submission, but most important, to show that women are the ones leading the change for diversity in this maritime sector. We hope this roundtable is fruitful to everyone. Now I will present the panelists that I just did, and we are going to talk about our experiences and how much we've advanced as countries. Thank you very much. Yeah, was good. Ambassador, you've got the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador, and what a privilege and honor it is to be here today. Thank you for convening this very timely and important roundtable. It's an honor to be on a panel where there are so many distinguished representatives of Mexico and also, of course, the Ambassador of Chile and so on, to talk about this inclusion in the maritime sector. These days, our call for equality is not a whisper. It's a collective voice, and it echoes across all sectors of our society, including the maritime sector. Let me just talk a little bit about Namibia and about the global context. The global agenda of women empowerment has deep roots, as we all know, from the adoption of the UN Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women in 1979, and then we went to the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action in 1995. That's 30 years ago. And more recently, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development adopted in 2015. Of course, the Pact for the Future adopted last year in 2024. And we've seen this growing recognition that gender equality is not optional. It is essential. In fact, Sustainable Development Goal 5 calls for gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. And it's not just a goal on its own. It's a catalyst for achieving every other goal, because without equalities, there really will not be any sustainable development. Madam Moderator, Namibia is proud to be a beacon of gender inclusion and leadership. As you know, our new administration is led by women at the highest levels of government. We are now one of the very few countries where the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker of the National Assembly, our Parliament, are all women. Thank you. Moreover, nearly 60% of our cabinet are women. These are not symbolic victories. These are the results of decades of political will and deliberate policy frameworks that place gender equity at the center of our development path. So as we turn our attention to the maritime sector, we must acknowledge both progress and the persistent gaps. The IMO has taken so many commendable steps since the launch of its Women in Maritime program in 1988. For example, the IMO has established and continues to support the women in maritime associations across regions, including our own Women in the Maritime Sector in Eastern and Southern Africa, WOMESA, which was launched in 2007 in Mombasa, Kenya. And also the IMO in 2021 declared 18th of May as the International Day for Women in Maritime. So we're celebrating women every year and promoting their active participation in all the spheres of maritime sectors. Namibia is an active member of WOMESA and has established its own chapter to promote mentorship, training and policy advocacy for women across the maritime value chain. We're also proud of the increasing number of African women graduating from the World Maritime University and IMLI, because these institutions are producing the next generation of women maritime lawyers and policymakers. But the numbers do speak for themselves. As you said, Madam Chair, only 19% of the maritime workforce and a mere 1% of seafarers are women. Clearly, we need to do more. So what will it take to truly transform the maritime sector? First, I believe that we must institutionalize diversity. Namibia has seen the benefit of that. We've set up deliberate policies. We called it Zebra System. If you want to know more about the Zebra System, see me afterwards. But basically, we set up policy and legislative frameworks, and I believe the maritime sector should also do that. So we need to set up these frameworks as a way to help us to make sure that this does happen. And second, we need stronger South-South cooperation. Countries of the Global South have rich experiences and homegrown solutions to share, like Namibia. Let us invest in regional training hubs, mentorship networks, and policy exchanges that uplift women in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia, and the Pacific. And third, let's confront and dismantle the stereotypes that keep women away from seafaring and offshore careers. This means not only changing mindsets, but also providing safe working environments, as you said, Madam Chair, and supportive career structures for women at sea. And finally, we must adopt a holistic view of inclusion. This is not only about gender, it's also, as you said, about race, age, disability, and socioeconomic background. In Namibia, we've learned that diversity is not a liability, it's an asset. And the ocean belongs to us all, doesn't it? Whether we are landlocked or whether we're a sea country, the maritime sector, perhaps more than any other, is a global commons that demands global inclusion. Let's ensure that our ports, our ships, and educational institutions reflect the full richness of humanity. Namibia remains committed to that journey, and we look forward to working with all of you to shape a more inclusive and sustainable maritime future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Scott. Thank you very much. Yes, the oceans belong to all of us, regardless. Thank you very much. And now, Ambassador Fuentes from Chile, you've got the floor.
Thank you very, very much. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I will start by sincerely thanking Ambassador from Mexico and the delegation of Mexico for convening this important roundtable. And Chile, in particular, welcomes the opportunity to reaffirm our strong commitment to inclusion and equality, especially at a time when we are witnessing a backlash against diversity and against inclusion in many parts of the world. Chile's response to this backlash has been to move forward with conviction. In June 2023, we officially launched our feminist foreign policy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This was grounded in the understanding, as you have already said, that gender inequality is not only a social injustice, but also a barrier to democracy, a barrier to sustainable development, and a barrier to peace. Furthermore, it is a legal obligation under international human rights law enshrined in treaties ratified by Chile and many other countries. This policy aims to mainstream gender equality across all areas of our international engagement, from trade to climate to peace building and in multilateral diplomacy. And it is backed by a concrete action plan launched in 2024. And I'm very happy to have been really actively engaged on this when I was Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs in Chile. A similar approach is being applied in one of the, as you have said, one of the most traditionally dominated, male-dominated sectors, which is the maritime industry. As part of its general strategy, our maritime authority, Directemar, which is very active in this IMO, they developed an action plan titled Promoting Women's Participation and Equal Opportunities in the National Maritime Industry through the dissemination and promotion of, and this is important, concrete measures. Not only the discourse, but concrete measures. Within this framework, Chile's Maritime Authority has strengthened public-private partnerships to raise awareness of women's roles in the maritime sector and to promote their inclusion, particularly on board merchant vessels. Because with war vessels, it's easier to give an instruction, but with board merchant vessels, you have to look for this private-public association. These strategic partnerships have been essential. Since 2018, WISTA Chile, part of WISTA International, has worked to elevate the visibility of women professionals in the maritime port sector through education, mentoring, international cooperation. Directemar also collaborates with shipping companies, professional associations, and public institutions to reduce gender gaps and implement international standards. It's so good that we have international standards because then the companies have an incentive to comply with those standards. It is even a question of business. Recent initiatives have focused on both awareness and capacity building. In 2024, Chile launched a pilot program for onboarding women on vessels, hosted an international seminar on inclusion in male-dominated sectors, and held technical training sessions on risk assessment and maritime environmental challenges. In terms of training and employability, we have partnered with educational institutions to facilitate certification exams, provide scholarships to support women's employment and specialization, and formed the first all-female crew of a minor vessel in Chile. Other key achievements include cooperation agreements to improve the welfare of seafarers, the signing of, and this is very interesting, the signing of a pregnancy protection protocol for women on board, and official recognition by the Ministry of Labor for our progress on inclusion. I would also like to underscore Chile's strong support for the IMO Secretariat's revised gender equality strategy, presented by the Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez at this session of the IMO Council. Its commitment to mainstreaming gender across institutional practices, training, and governance aligns with our national approach. As a further reflection of our commitment, Chile is currently leading the update of IMO Model Course 1.21, which is called Personal Safety and Social Responsibilities, to include new competencies related to the prevention and the response to bullying, harassment, and sexual assault, as you already commented. This important work, carried out by a multidisciplinary Chilean team, highlights our dedication to fostering inclusive and safe maritime workplaces. Yet we must go further. Both Chile's feminist foreign policy and the IMO Secretariat's revised strategy embrace the principle of intersectionality and explicitly commit to advancing the rights and inclusion of LGBTQI+ persons. We also welcome the Secretariat's ongoing efforts to develop a dedicated strategy for racial equality and equity. So Chile firmly supports this broader vision. We commend the Secretariat's responsible and pragmatic approach to promoting inclusion and diversity through gradual, context-sensitive processes and always grounded in dialogue and consensus building. We believe this is the best way to achieve sustainable, legitimate, and widely supported progress. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ambassadors. I would like to open the floor. Would anyone have any comments? To share anything from your countries? How do you perceive these? Someone? Colombia, sister.
Thank you for this panel. I will like to share the example of Chile. We also emit a feminist policy, and we are working for the equal rights of women. We have a special situation in the public sector because women have always had participation in the public sector. So we are advancing more now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to share with you something about General Secretary Arsenio. This is very important to know. I know it because he told me, and he does it all the time. And this is regarding moving from discourse to action. Whenever he is invited to any panel, he demands, though no requests, that there be a woman in the panel. And could that woman please not be the moderator? Oh, come on, they throw us as tokens. We're no tokens. If there's not a woman of the level in that specific sector, find her. Make the effort. And he's been very well known to not sit at a table where there's not a woman in the panel. I have taken this, and I have perhaps refused to be in a room where there's a panel of just men. Can we make an effort? I think this is something very important in this maritime world. Can we make an effort and have a woman in the panel? One, and then another. There are very many of us, right, that we can be sitting at that panel, right? Very many women, we know the craft, we know what we're talking about. Allow us, invite us, include us. Those are steps that we can take towards this gender equality, and it's most important. In Mexico, we have, Mexico is the fourth country to formally legalize and establish the feminist foreign policy. And we have been an example to the world with other countries that have followed. I'm very proud to be Mexican and to have this feminist foreign policy. I am very proud to be Mexican, and Mexico has been led by a formidable woman, President Claudia Sheinbaum, that has displayed amazing diplomacy skills. She's one of the best world leader diplomats that we've known. I'm proud to be here with other women that are very mindful and talking about the maritime world. But today I'm here with more sisters that are not in the maritime world. These G100 sisters, this is very symbolic. I am here, but I'm supported by other women. We are here supported, and men too. They just didn't sit here today with us. Let's expand this network. Let's talk about it. Let's make more exercises like this where we can talk about it and bring new ideas. We are here to work with men, women, and countries, any kind of countries. We are willing, if you would like to talk about any of these topics with us, now and in the future. Would you like to say something, Father?
Thank you, Ambassador. I think, first of all, it's wonderful to be up here with this amazing group of women who've set up this, and especially the founder, Miss Dr. Ray, and to say that, you know, the importance of networks, the importance of talking to people, can't be underestimated. But I also wanted to say the importance of including women. When we look at what's happening geopolitically right now, one of the things that strikes me is that in the year 2000, Namibia brought to the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which is, of course, on women, peace and security. And one of the commitments that the UN made under that resolution was that we would have dialogue, women at the table, that dialogue would not happen without women. And we've seen the impact, for example, in Colombia, of including women in dialogues, resolving questions that were very, very complex. In many other fields, women bring a different perspective. And I think it's time for us to go back to UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and see how that can be applied to the maritime sector. Because basically, it's about making sure that we're all included at the table, that we make sure that we get to the table. And it's not about being invited. It's about making sure that we are at the table. So that's a little bit of a challenge, I think. But we're making that challenge today. I mean, I'm hearing the challenge from the Ambassador of Mexico. And so let's see where we go with the challenge, and let's do it.
Let's do it together. Like Dr. Harbin Aurora says, together we can't we?
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and to all three of the excellencies that we have up there today. I just wanted to loop back to the first panel and the best practices guide that we were speaking about, and the examples that you guys provide. And this is perhaps a bit of a plea to say, you know, there's some great examples that you're providing around some of the initiatives that your countries have implemented or worked on, and we'd love to include those kind of examples. And that's the whole purpose of this, is the more we can share these kind of examples of what we are doing within our maritime administrations, within our governments, to promote the role of women and retention of women in the maritime sector is really critical. So if you haven't already, and I don't think you all have, I encourage you and everyone else in the room that if you have examples of programs and initiatives that you are implementing, so that we can share with others, that they can learn from our examples and learn from the work that you have been doing, that others have been doing, so that we can spread the word and kind of increase that network, I think is really important. So thank you for your contributions, and I hope to hear more from you around how we can incorporate that into our best practices guide.
Let's work on it together, sister.
I think that Costa Rica wanted to speak at this moment.
¿Dónde está Costa Rica? Costa Rica?
South Africa? Or? South Africa.
South Africa.
Okay, South Africa.
Thank you, Excellencies. No, we had wanted to express our appreciation because I'm sure I'm speaking for men who have been quiet, listening to how women leadership can help address this challenge. Because where women issues are on the agenda, the best thing that can be done is for women to be in charge of that conversation. I think it cannot be that we have men presiding over a matter that talks about it's no longer about inclusion, but it's the right of women to be at the helm of addressing the imbalances that have been created because of history. So I think this is very encouraging, more especially to our neighbor, the strides and the achievement they've made. Namibia, they are demonstrating not only for their country, but the whole of the sub-region. So as South Africa, we are very encouraged by this conversation, and we agree, like Secretary General has expressed, that where women are on the agenda, women must be in charge and take control of the destiny of the conversation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that insight. And I just wanted to add that now that we are here at the IMO and that we are talking about shipping and vessels, survival in a vessel always needs collaboration. Yes. So if there is a place where you need collaboration and cooperation, yes, is a vessel. Talking about that, once I attended a seminar about law, no, not a vessel, but they were talking about institutions, and they were talking about one of the basic institutions in our society, which is private property. And usually people address private property as a question of competition, as if the institution of private property was the result of men competing for resources. Those are the typical stories that we heard, Locke and all that. However, someone came and said, no. In fact, there would be no private property, no institutions, no legal system, no anything without collaboration. Therefore, the best symbol, I would say, or the best analogy would be a family. In a family, usually, it is the mother that ends the quarrels between everybody for the resources, as food, for example. When you have a very good food during lunch and your brothers want to eat everything, mother says, no. For each, a portion, the same, and we will enjoy, and we will be safe. And that is the best analogy for the creation of private property. And it's the same, if we take that analogy to seafarers, the only way to survive is to distribute all the different responsibilities in a vessel, and you have to collaborate. You cannot play at winning. So I think that it's so normal that we should have this sort of feminist point of view within the organization. And I think that there is a lot to learn about women seafarers, because we were educated to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to come to you and say, yes, we must lead the way when it is anything regarding gender and women, but we shall not do it. We cannot do it, and we will not do it on our own because we can't. It is about inclusion. We want men involved as well. We can take the lead, we can say what we need and want, but we need allies. And it's very important to have them and to have our brother here that came because he cares. A beautiful Greek ambassador coming and sharing with us because he deeply cares about gender inclusion and gender equality. This is what we need. Men showing up, men supporting, men getting educated by our issues as well. So, yes, together we will, and we are doing it. Thank you very much. Would someone else want to share? Expand? Make a comment? Take the floor? Okay. Are we complete?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm fully grateful for your attention and for sharing this panel. Sisters, ambassadors, Raul, thank you very much for organizing this. You put a lot of effort. So this is an example. Here we are, and Raul is supporting us in making this happen. So thank you everybody that's been involved. Andrea, Edna, Fernando, my beautiful, my Rolande, Semar, always present, always with us. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming, and see you in plenary. Could we look up for the picture quickly?
Every woman in the room is welcome to join us, incluida Andrea.
Buenas tardes. Espero que
Good afternoon, and I hope that you all had a good lunch break and enjoyed the various events that were scheduled. And then getting down to business, we're on 19D, and you'll recall that I was explaining how I intended to take the structure comments, and we are going to consider live streaming to the public of IMO Assembly plenary meetings. Before we take comments from the floor on this, and so that we make best use of the very limited time we have available, I'd like to recall, and please do bear this in mind when you speak, that the IMO's bodies have been working to harmonize our respective rules of procedure to the extent possible. And in this context, the proposal by the United Arab Emirates set out in document C 13419D1 aligns with what has already been decided by Council for the criteria and procedures for live streaming of IMO Council plenary meetings to the public, which were set out in Resolution C 79133. Based on the introduction by Oman of their document, that is 19D2, I would also note that their recommendations insofar as they relate to Rule 12 support the UAE's proposal and are thus covered already by the text of the draft criteria and procedures which the UAE has proposed. I also note that the other recommendations are, that is, recommendations from Oman, are covered by the rules of procedure of the Assembly. So having said that, I would like to hear your comments, whether you agree with what I have just outlined to you, which I hope would be the case. And the floor is open.
Parece que no hay comentarios.
Well, I see no comments, and I therefore take it that Council notes the US. I see the US delegation. As I can see, it's always when I am about to say I propose, seeing no comments. I don't know if you're pulling my leg, but anyway, United States, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Just really raised the flag to support what you had said, your wise words to us after a big lunch for some of us. And just understanding that you did note that the Council essentially did what the UAE, I presume, Mr. Rules of Procedure is giving us, similar to what the Council had, where it was a resolution, and I would presume that we would replicate that also for the Assembly. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, US, for your support. Germany, followed by Singapore.
Thank you, Chair.
We would like to support the comment made by US. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. I see that we're going in the right direction. Delegation of China to be followed by Japan. Sorry, delegation of Singapore followed by China.
Thank you, Chair. Singapore welcomes the various proposals. On document C-134/19D/1 by UAE, we broadly support the draft resolution in the annex and note that these will be kept under review. We believe that it is important to have clarity on deciding when or which parts of a meeting should be held in private. We also believe it is important to identify safeguards for logistical and connectivity issues and security lapses. On document C-134/19D/2 by Oman, we believe the proposal merits further consideration to better understand what this may entail and how it can be implemented effectively. We recognize that member states have a part to play in respecting the instructions sent out by the Secretariat, such as not forwarding the unique remote meeting link to others. Thank you, Chair.
Ahora sí, delegación de China.
Yes, now it is the delegation of China followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express our gratitude to Secretary General, UAE and Oman for the respective contribution. Regarding the live streaming of meetings, we believe that clearly defining the procedures and the requirements for such streaming through the inclusion of guidelines will help ensure that the streaming is conducted in a standardized and rule-based manner, and therefore contributing to safeguarding the participation of all parties and enhancing the transparency. We would also like to thank the proposal by Oman. The important issue is to further explore, to verify the remote participants for the identities, to ensure the legitimate representation, and therefore to guarantee the fairness of the voting process. This involves not only the rules and procedures, such as how the rules of the procedures and the relevant guidelines are stipulated, but also involves the implementation level, such as how to ensure that all delegates are clearly informed of the rules and strictly abide by them. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a China.
Thank you, China, for your comments. The delegation of Japan, followed by the UAE.
Thank you very much, Chair. And we wish to thank all the delegates who kindly offered the coffees and lunches and all the receptions. Yes, like the previous speakers, we wish to clearly support the proposal by UAE. And for the proposal by Oman, I wish to make several observations. On Rule 12, we see that current text in the rule of procedure is clear. So we are open to consider if the concrete text is provided, but our preference is at this moment is to go as it is. On the proposed advance indication of sensitive items, we share the views expressed by Oman in principle, but we also note that that is already allowed under the current rule of procedure. On the proposed periodic review, we also see some merit in doing so, but at the same time, we also note that any member states or council members are always allowed to propose any modifications to the rules of procedures based on the experiences gained. On the proposed modification to Rule 42, we believe that further clarity on the proposal will be necessary before further considering that, including how we can implement the proposal, such as identity verification. So again, we are open to consider if more clarity as well as concrete text is provided. But in summary, like you tried to summarize, we wish to go with the proposal, the current text prepared by the Secretariat, and also additional proposal by UAE. Thank you.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Japan. United Arab Emirates, please.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نحن نؤيد ما تفضلتم به من ملخص، كما أيضا نتفق تماما مع ما تفضل به أعتقد لا توجد هناك.
Thank you, Chair. We agree with your summary. And we also agree with the United States and Germany. We'd like to thank the United States for having granted us that title. But with regard to the document from Oman, we think that the proposal with regard to the fact that remote participants should be able to verify their identification, that is something which Council has to consider, and perhaps countries who are interested might make a proposal in future on this. As you said, we could have guidelines in future, either by means of a circular or by means of an amendment to the Council's method of work. But in order to do that, a document would have to be submitted for future consideration. Thank you, sir.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you very much to the UAE. I see no further requests for the floor from Council.
Ofrezco la palabra a los Estados miembros observadores.
So we'll turn to the observers. Thailand.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation concurs with the delegation of UAE that the Assembly should have transparent and clear guidance on criteria and procedure for live streaming to the public of IMO Assembly plenary, similar to the one approved by the Council. Therefore, we fully support the draft criteria and procedure for live streaming to the public of IMO Assembly plenary meetings as set out in the annex of document C134-19D/1. However, we have a minor suggestion on the deletion of paragraph 5 of the draft criteria and procedure proposed by UAE in document C134-19D/1, since this clause has been already reflected in Rules 12.2 in the draft revised rule of procedure of the Assembly proposed by the Secretary General in the document C134-19D. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Tailandia.
Thank you, Thailand.
Gracias por los...
Thank you for your comments. I've noted that some delegates made comments on other matters. That is, other than the live streaming issue. So I will seek to include them also in my summing up. We'll begin with the point from Thailand I think we could agree that we'd allow the Secretariat to check whether any change is needed. And in that case, it would be brought to Assembly for consideration. As to the discussion on this matter, I would propose that firstly, Council notes the information provided in documents C1349D, 19D1 and 19D2, as well as full stop. Take note of those documents. Secondly, agrees to have criteria and procedures for the live streaming to the public of IMO plenary meetings in an Assembly resolution to be referenced in Rule 12. 3, agrees to add, and I'm putting this in inverted commas, working, drafting, review, expert, intercessional, and editing groups, end of inverted commas, in the list of meetings that should not be live streamed to the public. In other words, delete the square brackets in the draft resolution submitted by the UAE. 4, approves the criteria and procedures for live streaming to the public of IMO Assembly plenary meetings and the associated Assembly resolution as set out in the annex to C134-19D1 and agrees to forward it to the 34th regular session of the Assembly with a view to its adoption. And on this point, allow me to remind you that the Secretariat will be checking this in the light of Thailand's intervention. And then approves the draft rules of procedure of the Assembly, or the draft revised rules of procedure of the Assembly, and the associated Assembly resolution, and forwards it to the 34th regular session of the Assembly with a view to adoption. And invites member states to submit proposals on procedures on remote voting for Assembly, Council, and the committees. And if there is no objection, it is so decided. Thank you.
Con esto damos por finalizado el punto.
Well, that completes consideration of item 19 of the agenda. And now we are on to today's timetable, Wednesday. And that brings us to item 20. And specifically 20A on relations with the United Nations and other specialized agencies. And we have 3 documents to consider. I will firstly invite the Secretary General to introduce C13420A and then co-sponsors of C13420A1. And after the discussion on these 2 documents, we will move to document C13420A2. So, Secretary General, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Document C13420A reports on resolutions of relevance to IMO adopted by various bodies of the United Nations. The Secretariat continues to stay abreast of developments relating to ocean-related intergovernmental processes, which are reported to the Council under this agenda item, and, as appropriate, to the relevant committees and subcommittees. At the third United Nations Ocean Conference, UNOC 3, the Secretariat played an active role in both the formal sessions, including the ocean action panels, as well as side events and the special event on the Blue Economy and Finance Forum, which was held during the weekend prior to the conference itself. The Secretariat, along with the FAO, UNDP and governments of Costa Rica, France and South Africa, hosted a very well-attended side event to highlight the efforts of the organization and its member states to protect the ocean, with a particular focus on marine plastic litter and underwater radiated noise. The IMO delegation also successfully contributed to more than a dozen side events, workshops, panel discussions, and media events in both the official Blue Zone and throughout the conference area throughout the week. With respect to the ongoing preparations for entry into force of the BBNJ agreement, which has received a remarkable 18 ratifications at the third United Nations Ocean Conference, and now stands at 51 parties out of the 60 required to meet the entry into force criteria. The Secretariat continues to engage actively in the process and will again participate in the second session of the Preparatory Commission in August to prepare for the entry into force of the agreement and to prepare for the convening of the first meeting of the Conference of Parties to the agreement. And Council will accordingly be informed of developments in this regard at its next session. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary General. And I'm now going to turn to the co-sponsors of 13420A1 to introduce it.
Delegación de México.
Delegation of Mexico. Thank you, Chair. Mexico would like to introduce C13420A1, which is co-sponsored by other delegations under the theme of Our Oceans, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, and the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. The main aim of the document is to coordinate the efforts and channel the efforts of the IMO with other relevant international instruments such as the Paris Agreement, the BBNJ, the Global Biodiversity Framework and the Future Global Plastic Pollution Treaty. So as to avoid any overlap, we are proposing that the Secretary General could develop an information document which would help the bodies of the organization to adapt its plans and procedures and to better coordinate with other mechanisms towards protection of the oceans. We support this initiative and would urge all member states to sign the BBNJ. Thank you very much, sir.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Mexico. And before I ask for comments, I can see quite a few requests. I'd like to call on the Secretary-General for some additional advice on this issue, which might be helpful to you in making your comments. Secretary-General. Thank you. Well, firstly, I'd like to thank the co-sponsors for their submission. And I'm also pleased to offer the Council information on the work which the Secretariat has been doing in this connection. The Secretariat has maintained active engagement in the Intergovernmental Conference on Marine Biodiversity of Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, that's the BBNJ, including in its preparatory stages. Regular updates on this involvement were shared with the Council, with information sessions also held during Assembly 31 and at MSC 101, and through regular information notes to MEPC on ocean-related interagency processes. The President of the conference, Ms. Rina Lee of Singapore, visited IMO on 2 occasions to engage with member states directly. With the agreement nearing the threshold for entry into force, the Secretariat is organising an information session on the 24th of September. With regard to the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, the Secretariat has participated in all sessions of the INC as an observer and submitted written statements providing information on relevant IMO instruments. MEPC has been kept informed in this regard. The Secretariat will continue to actively participate in the meetings of the highlighted treaties and will continue to provide updates to IMO member states in the relevant IMO organs to ensure that IMO fulfills its role in those frameworks. Further information is available on the IMO website and IMO docs. Nonetheless, the Secretariat, as part of the review of its website, will consider how to enhance the visibility and accessibility of the information and any future information. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Secretary-General, for that supplementary information. And I now invite any comments, starting with France, to be followed by Finland. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank those delegations who have treated us, particularly Jamaica and United Arab Emirates this morning, and all those supporting us further, as well as Qatar for the big screen, even though I don't think it'll be for watching football matches or Wimbledon so that we stay in the room. But France, as a co-sponsor of this text, well, obviously those who wish obviously can go and watch Wimbledon or the Tour de France for that matter. But France can only support this text as it's evidence of a synergy between the IMO and other UN organisations to strengthen protection of oceans. We'd particularly like to thank the IMO Secretary-General for his high-profile participation at the 3rd UN Conference on the Ocean, UNOC 3, which took place a month ago in Nice. As the Secretary-General himself emphasised in his useful participation, the works of the organisation have been particularly welcomed by member states and other stakeholders who were present, particularly when it comes to decarbonisation, plastic pollution and noise and pollution. Secretary General was there in order to raise the profile of our organisation, increase the visibility of the IMO's work. It has a real role to play, bringing its expertise and indeed playing a lead on behalf of the entire maritime ecosystem. So we can only encourage further such activities which will benefit our well-being and hopefully lead to enhancing the multilateral process underway and the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement as soon as possible. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a la...
Thank you to the delegation of France. Finland, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Before turning to the issue at hand, we first would like to thank Jamaica for excellent coffee during the morning coffee break. Finland is one of the co-sponsors of the document C134/20A/1 and thus can only echo Mexico's intervention. We support the proposals therein, which are also in line with the theme for IMO in 2025, our ocean, our obligation, our opportunity. In the document C134/20/8, the Secretary General is reporting to the Council on relations with the United Nations and the specialized agencies and resolutions of various organs of the United Nations of relevance to IMO and recent progress with ocean-related intergovernmental processes. Chair, our document proposes the development of an action plan for cooperation between IMO and other UN organizations in order to make these parallel relationships more effective and to achieve regulatory equivalence, synergies and harmonization in the context of marine protection. The new agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BBNJ agreement, stipulates the establishment of a comprehensive system of area-based management tools to conserve and sustainably use areas beyond national jurisdiction. In accordance, co-sponsors of the document urge all the IMO member states to ratify the BBNJ agreement. IMO has area-based management tools, such as MARPOL special areas, emission control areas, and particularly sensitive sea areas, PSSAs, that could be enforced also in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. Enforcement of the BBNJ agreement will strengthen coordination in the use of area-based management tools established by the IMO and the BBNJ agreement, which will be, in turn, important for the control of vessel pollution and other ship-source threats to marine environment in the high seas. To conclude, Chair, I am proud to announce that Finland is among those countries that have ratified the BBNJ agreement. And Secretary General, we are looking forward to receiving future information on IMO's activities in this field. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Finlandia.
Thank you, Finland. Jamaica to be followed by the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. As a co-sponsor of paper C134/20A/1, this delegation supports the recommendations contained in the paper, and thanks to the Secretary General for the additional information just provided. Jamaica shares the view that as far as possible, the IMO should proactively integrate UN system activities, initiatives, and instruments in the deliberations of its committees, subcommittees, and working groups. It is recognized that the IMO has been participating in the work of some of these key UN instruments, including the BBNJ agreement, and the reports submitted to Council have informed the work of the IMO. We, however, believe that added value can be secured from a deliberate strategy of actively identifying and acting on decisions of these UN bodies in as far as they fall within the mandate of the IMO. This would support timely updating of IMO instruments and potentially limit the need to revise these instruments after these legally binding instruments come into force. This proactive approach would also enable a more holistic approach to ocean governance. Of note, Chair, Jamaica recently presented its instrument of ratification of the BBNJ agreement. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Jamaica, Netherlands, followed by Peru.
Thank you, Chair. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is one of the co-sponsors of document C 13420A1 and would like to voice its support for the contents of the document and align with the comments made by Mexico and others. At the IMO, we are committed to further prevent and control marine pollution from ships. However, the IMO is not the only United Nations body working on improving and safeguarding our marine environment. With other member states here, we are actively promoting healthy seas and oceans in the context of the Paris Agreement, the BBNJ Agreement, as well as the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Whereas good efforts are being made to protect our marine environment, we have also seen that achieving the sustainability goals set out in these different frameworks proves no easy task. We therefore agree that all possible synergies and complementarities must be found between these different frameworks as to accelerate as much as possible our common effort to protect the marine environment. When it comes to our environment, we have no time to lose. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias al Reino de los Países.
Thank you to the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Peru, followed by the Republic of Korea. Thank you, Chair, for granting us the use of the floor. Peru would like to thank the Secretary-General for the information provided under this item. As a co-sponsor of this initiative, we believe it's of fundamental importance that the document which is being put to Council allows IMO to drive good practices with a view to identifying and systematising the synergies and complementarities between the UN instruments that relate to the protection of oceans and those that exist within the IMO. For example, those relating to the implementation of Strategy 2023 on greenhouse gas reduction. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias a la República de Corea.
Thank you very much to Peru. I've got a speakers list here which scrolls by too quickly and sometimes I get the wrong name. Apologies. Thank you to Peru, the Republic of Korea, to be followed by Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. As we are all aware, the protection of the marine environment requires collective and concrete implementation efforts. In the line with the Secretary General emphasis, and Mexico and France and other delegations, as a co-sponsor, the Republic of Korea once again urges active participation from member states, the Secretariat, and the stakeholders in implementing the measures proposed in the document. These efforts are expected to enhance coherence and synergy between IMO and the related UN frameworks. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, República.
Thank you, Republic of Korea. Denmark, to be followed by the United States.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you also to the Secretary General for the report, and we appreciate very much the efforts done Denmark also thanks the co-sponsors of document 20A/1. In light of the ongoing work under the preparatory commission of the BBNJ agreement and taking into account other relevant UN instruments aimed at protecting our oceans. From Danish side, we see clear value in ensuring that the IMO's unique mandate in regulating international shipping and preventing marine pollution is exercised in a coherent and complementary manner. We therefore support the actions proposed in the paper to strengthen these synergies across the UN system when it comes to ocean protection, and we welcome efforts to facilitate discussions on these synergies within our organization. Thank you.
Gracias, Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. United States, followed by Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Respectfully, the United States has concerns that integrating UN system activities, initiatives, conferences, and instruments into IMO deliberations could lead it to a significant increase in the work of this organization, as well as a poorly defined expansion of its remit, and could serve to distract IMO from focusing on its very important core work. Therefore, it's the strongly held view of the United States that the IMO should remain fit for purpose and focused solely on its core mandate. In our view, this proposal also blurs the lines between the work of various international organizations. We also have concerns that the expansion of work proposed could have budgetary implications, including increasing the work of the Secretariat, and this is not articulated in the proposal. Lastly, our view is that this proposal could duplicate the ongoing work of the Joint Inspection Unit, which regularly produces detailed reviews and reports with the explicit aim of enhancing efficiency and achieving greater coordination between UN system organizations. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, United States. Cyprus, followed by Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank Jamaica for the morning coffee. We thank the co-sponsors of this document and support the proposal outlined within to enhance the participation and involvement of IMO in the work of other relevant United Nations agencies and instruments. The growing complexity and interconnectivity of global ocean governance frameworks, such as the BBNJ Agreement, the Paris Agreement, and the forthcoming Plastics Treaty, necessitate a more integrated and proactive role for IMO. We recognize, however, that this expanded engagement represents a broad and ongoing commitment rather than a temporary initiative. Therefore, we kindly request the Secretariat to assess and, if necessary, propose managerial adjustments and consider budgetary implications, if any, of this enhanced involvement. This would ensure that the organization is adequately resourced and structured to meet its evolving responsibilities while maintaining the high standards of effectiveness and coordination expected by the Member States. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Cyprus. Norway, followed by Greece.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all. And we do apologise to the interpreters in advance for having amended the interventions lately. We also would like to thank the delegations that have generously provided us with refreshments today and receptions yesterday. We thank the Secretary General for his document, and we thank the co-sponsors for their document. Norway agrees on the need to ensure good synergies between the work carried out by the IMO and other UN agencies. And we are grateful to the Secretary General for his additional information with regard to document 20A1. As the Secretary General pointed out, the Council as well as the committees are regularly informed on relevant developments and the participation of the Secretariat in relevant UN bodies. Chair, this delegation supports that this should continue as today. We do agree with the co-sponsors of the importance of the Secretary's involvement and cooperation with relevant UN bodies in the work to protect the oceans. And we support that to strengthen this cooperation within the mandate of the IMO, given that the Secretariat has sufficient resources within the existing budget. Chair, we do, however, have some remarks to parts of the proposal. Firstly, it is up to each committee to discuss and agree to any changes or new outputs. Thus, any proposals to amend the agendas should be submitted to the committees. Secondly, regarding the proposal in para 18.1, this delegation is a little unsure if this includes a request to the Secretariat to analyze and document the possible gaps and synergies between the IMO instruments and other relevant UN instruments to protect the ocean. If that is the case, this delegation is of the opinion that this proposal would generate a lot of work and resources for the Secretariat. We also believe it is the responsibility of the party of any treaty, agreement, or convention, meaning a member state or a group thereof, to analyze the treaty or instrument. We do not believe that this is a task that should be delegated to the IMO Secretariat automatically. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Norway, delegation of Greece.
It's not okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to express our appreciation to the co-sponsors of document C134/28/1 and associate ourselves with this delegation supporting the actions referred therein, especially in relation to the IMO's role on the implementation of BBNJ, taking note of the valuable comments of the previous delegation have done already. Thank you.
Gracias a Grecia.
Thank you, Greece. Indonesia, followed by China.
Thank you, Chair. This delegation would like to thank the co-sponsor for their thoughtful submission in the document C134/20A/1. We acknowledge the value of proactive coordination and planning to ensure regulatory concurrence in addressing ocean-related environmental challenges. However, Indonesia would like to underline that BBNJ agreement has not yet entered into force, and the full scope of implications, including for regulatory frameworks, remain under careful review. It is therefore important that any integration of such instruments within IMO's work respect member state internal legal process and sovereignty. As rightly noted in paragraph 11 of the document proposal, Indonesia supports the principle of coherence and collaborations, but we caution against premature incorporation of instruments that are not yet widely implemented or understood. We encourage continued dialogue and inclusive consultations to ensure all member states can contribute meaningfully. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a Indonesia.
Thank you, Indonesia. China.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Chair. Our intervention will be very brief. We appreciate the co-sponsor's intention in raising this proposal. At the same time, we thank the Secretary General for his additional information provided just now. We would like to echo the concerns expressed by the delegations of the United States, Cyprus, and Norway regarding the budgetary implications, workload, and the core focus area of this organization. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, China, for those comments. Having heard the comments so far, I think I probably have enough elements to give you a proposed summary, which will cover the points raised in the document before us. So I would suggest that the Council, first of all, takes note of the information provided in documents C13420A and C13420A1, and that provided orally by the Secretary-General. Secondly, request the Secretary-General to continue to provide regular updates to the Council regarding the possible synergies between the organisation's mandate and instruments and the UN instruments and regulations for the protection of the oceans. Thirdly, invites member states to provide the Secretariat with suggestions regarding the best ways to interpret such synergies.
En cuarto y último lugar,
and fourth and finally, request the Secretariat to continue seeking ways to enhance the visibility of information available to member states and other interested stakeholders in this regard. So if there are no objections, and if you can agree with my proposal, I would request that those who still have their requests for the floor valid withdraw those requests. I see the delegation of the Cook Islands is requesting the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm grateful to you for allowing me to come in. We, like most, if not all, of those present, attend, engage, and are closely engaged in the deliberations at these other agencies on oceans, on plastics, on BBNJ. At each of those forums, we come across our colleagues from the IMO Secretariat who rightly are monitoring and engaging in the developments in those other agencies. We've heard, and understandably, reference to regulatory equivalence and how we could come to terms with different frameworks. And there's the rub. They are differing frameworks. They are working, and we are working diligently in those frameworks to adopt the important legislation coming from them. But let's be clear, we are working on agreements. There is no regulatory equivalence with this organization. None of the others, to the best of our understanding, have any mandatory requirement in so much as enforcement mechanisms. we are the only organization that within our environmental legislation through the various chapters of MARPOL, each and every one of which is mandatory in the true sense of the word. So I have to say we agree the importance, but we also think that the important thing to IMO is to follow its core mandate and the responsibilities associated with it. I have one last thing to do, if I'm allowed. In paragraph 15 of the document, which I think is possibly still under discussion, on the 6th line, it goes on to say, transitioning shipping and making globally available and deploying net zero and near zero greenhouse gas emission technologies, etc., etc. Now, there is a big difference. Indeed, there's a huge difference between encouraging the transition and actually making available and deployment. IMO can't make these things available. It's not a question of mandate or responsibility. It's simply not within our capabilities. And if in making a decision it is based on the text in this document, we would be suggesting a logical editorial where it would say something like encouraging, promoting the availability and deployment of. I'll leave it at that, but basically we would go along to a large extent what the US, but certainly what Norway, China and Indonesia has said. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su...
Thank you very much then to the Cook Islands for those comments. I take it then that Council agrees with my proposed decision. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. We now turn to the second document under A, or the remaining document rather, under Part A, and I now invite Oman to briefly introduce document C 13420A2.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Oman would like to introduce this document involving the development of an initiative for a digital transparency dashboard, or under the title IMO SDG Transparency Dashboard. This is an interactive platform displaying updates either in real time or periodically. This will enhance transparency and it will support the member states in the preparation of their national reports as well as the voluntary reports in relation to the SDGs. Therefore, we would like to highlight the following. We need to clarify the contribution of IMO towards the achievement of Agenda 2030. There is a need to enable the member states to use IMO's data in the preparation of their national reports and the voluntary reports submitted to the United Nations. Thirdly, there is a need to improve coordination among the different agencies, the IMO and the other UN agencies. And fourthly, there's a need to foster a culture of decision-making based on open source data. Therefore, we call the Council to agree with going ahead with the IMO SDG Transparency Dashboard as mentioned in the document. We also ask the Council to task the Secretariat to prepare a feasibility study
with an action plan in order to prepare and develop a pilot version to be submitted to the coming session of the Council. On the other hand, we encourage the Member States to make available their technical expertise and to support this initiative in line with the priorities of the IMO in terms of the achievement of the SDGs in the maritime sector. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de Oman.
Thank you very much to the delegation of Oman. I would now like to invite the Secretary General to comment before we open the floor for information of interest on this matter. Thank you, Chair. The Secretariat reaffirms its commitment to enhancing transparency, promoting data-driven interagency collaboration across the United Nations system, including through but not limited to supporting member states in achieving the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This is something which IMO currently achieves by two means. Firstly, since 2019, IMO has collaborated with the Division for Sustainable Development Goals, DSDG, within the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, that is the Secretariat for the SDGs. A key feature of this collaboration is IMO's annual reporting of its contribution to the SDGs, along with over 50 UN system entities, to UNDESA's publicly accessible UN system, and the SDG implementation online database. That is the UN Families Repository of actions, initiatives and plans on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. Secondly, the Technical Cooperation Committee has a dedicated output on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development to monitor and report on the contribution of IMO's capacity development work to the Sustainable Development Goals. A working group on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was established during the committee's 75th session to review the SDG SMART indicators, targets and milestones, and the committee approved all proposed revisions to the 6 SDGs that are linked to IMO's capacity development work. The Secretariat will continue to report against the agreed indicators through the TC annual report process. The Council may wish to note these two existing reporting mechanisms. The Secretariat remains amenable to enhancing the visibility of IMO's reporting. However, this would require considerable additional resources, both human and financial, for this purpose, which has not been included in the budget proposed to this session of the Council. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary General. I would invite you to take account of the information which the Secretary General has provided, to bear that in mind in your interventions on this document submitted by Oman. The floor is open.
Alemania seguida de India.
Germany followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. Germany thanks Oman for its proposal of developing an IMO SDG transparency dashboard. And we thank the Secretary General for his explanations, which are in line with our statement. Therefore, in our opinion, there is no need to have an additional dashboard, especially with regard to budgetary reasons. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Alemania.
Thank you, Germany. The delegation of India followed by Japan.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. The Indian delegation appreciates the proposal submitted by Oman to develop an IMO SDG transparency dashboard. We support this initiative as it will enhance transparency, strengthen inter-agency coordination, and help member states effectively utilize IMO data for evidence-based SDG reporting. The suggested categories: compliance, emissions, capacity building, gender, and safety and resilience provide a strong foundation for this important work. Indian delegation is of the view that as the dashboard is intended to reflect real-time progress towards key sustainable development goals, we believe it is important to incorporate the landmark entry into force of the Hong Kong International Convention, HKC. The HKC directly advances SDG 12, that is responsible consumption and production, supports SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, target 8.8, contributes to SDG 14, which is life below water, target 14.1, and exemplifies the spirit of partnership under SDG 17 through its global cooperation and knowledge sharing. Chair, incorporation of HKC data will not only make the dashboard more comprehensive, it will also showcase a tangible, already entering into force IMO instrument that delivers cross-cutting SDG outcomes. We therefore invite the Secretariat to explicitly reference HKC implementation in the feasibility study and pilot development of the dashboard. India looks forward to engaging constructively in the development of this initiative and offers its cooperation to ensure its successful implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a India.
Thank you, India. The delegation of Japan followed by the United States.
Thank you, Chair. And Japan thanks Oman for submitting this proposal. We share the view with Oman that it is crucially important to highlight the IMO's significant works to address SDGs to the public. In our view, the Secretariat and the Secretary General are making significant efforts to do so, as just kindly explained by the Secretary General. And Japan appreciates IMO's website, as well as SNS by the Secretary General, that swiftly cover IMO's activities to address SDG in various fields in a visualized manner. At the same time, from the Council's perspective, we need to be cautious about overly requiring the Secretariat to allocate its limited resources to a specific issue. It may not be sustainable to ask the Secretariat to further increase their resources to public relations from what they are already doing today. Therefore, Japan would like to encourage the Secretariat to continue to make its every effort to improve public awareness to IMO's activities and its current resources. Thank you.
Gracias a Japón.
Thank you, Japan. United States followed by Spain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the Secretary General just pointed out, the work of tracking progress on the SDGs is already being undertaken by the UN and others. We feel that this platform that's being proposed would be duplicative of the UN SDG Global Indicators Platform, which is managed by the UN Statistics Division. Also, there's the UN Data Commons for the SDGs, which is a cooperative initiative by UN DESA and Google, as well as the UN System SDG Implementation Database and other publicly available resources. The United States agrees with the principle of transparency. However, we do not believe the development of a new dashboard is necessary to achieve transparency, given these other resources that are already available. I would also just echo the concerns raised by the Secretary General, Germany and Japan about the resource-intensive nature of this proposal and the potential impact on budgetary resources. Thank you.
Gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you. United States, Spain, followed by Canada. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank Oman for their submission on the development of a transparency dashboard for the IMO SDG. And we'd also like to thank the Secretary General for the additional information provided. Although it is certainly true that there are means of providing information on IMO's contribution to the SDGs on Agenda 2030. Spain agrees with Oman that there is a need to raise the profile and accessibility to IMO contributions to Agenda 2030, and we support development of measures on these lines. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Spain. Canada, followed by Mexico.
My apologies, Chair. Canada, thank you, Chair, and Canada thanks Oman for this submission. Cognizant of the financial pressures of the IMO, as noted in submissions of the IMO budget and comments by the SG and others, we do not think it is necessary at this time. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. Mexico, followed by Norway. Thank you, Chair. We'd like to thank Oman for their document. We support the proposal. This is a digital platform for public access, which would show our performance with certain SDGs. And Mexico believes that we need to show transparency as we make progress towards Agenda 2030 on sustainable development. And this proposal is a good opportunity for the organization. Thank you, sir.
Gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. And we thank the delegation of Oman for their proposal. As mentioned by the Secretary General, there is an official UN SDG websites into which the IMO contributes. And as mentioned by the delegation of Germany and the US and Japan and others, it's important to avoid duplication. And we do not believe that there's a necessity for a separate IMO dashboard. We also share the concerns raised by other delegations on the need to be cautious given our budgetary situation. Having said that, we do believe it could be useful to consider the information provided on the organization's work on the SDG on our website. There might be ways to improve the information provided there in order to ensure even more improved transparency and promotion of the IMO's important work contributing to the SDGs. Thank you.
Gracias a Noruega.
Thank you, Norway. If there are no more requests from council members, then we'll turn to observers and in particular to the delegation of Argentina. Thank you, Chair. We'll be brief. We'd like to thank the delegation of Oman for the proposal. And we would also associate ourselves with what have been said by the delegations of Norway and the United States in order to avoid any duplication. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Argentina. Having heard the comments, I take it that Council notes the information presented in C13420A2 and that provided orally by the Secretary-General, and that Council also notes the existing mechanisms in the Secretariat currently for reporting on the contribution of IMO's capacity development work to the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. If there are no objections, it is so decided.
Pasamos a considerar ahora el apartado B.
And we'll now move on to 20B. This is external relations, relations with intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations. There are 7 documents under this agenda item. We will first turn to consider C13420B, dealing with relations with intergovernmental organizations. And I would suggest that we also consider C13414.1 by the United Arab Emirates, as they relate to the same issue. Although that was submitted under the Facilitation Committee, it is related to the matters we're going to come on to. After that, we will consider C13420B1, B2, 3, and 4, along with C134WP2, all of which relate to non-governmental organizations. And then finally, we will consider document C13420B5, which addresses matters pertaining to both intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations. And therefore, I'd like to invite the Secretary-General to introduce C13420B. Thank you, Chair. Document C13420B reports on the Facilitation Committee's recommendation to the Council at its 49th session to approve IMO's membership as a partner in the World Customs Organization hosted advanced passenger information and booking and reservation information or passenger name record data contact committee, and provides the assessment of the Secretariat on the terms of reference of that committee and the implications of such membership to IMO. I hope that the information provided in C20B will be useful to Council in its deliberations. Thank you.
Gracias, Secretario General.
Thank you, Secretary-General. And I'd now like to turn to the UAE for a brief introduction to C13414.1.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. تقدم هذه الوثيقة تعليقات.
Thank you, sir. This document contains comments with regard to the report of the Facilitation Committee, and in particular the fact that the IMO is a member of the Contact Committee, Advanced Passenger Information and Booking and Reservation Information Passenger Name Record, as well as the terms of reference of the committee. As we can see in FAL 4921, the expansion of the Contact Committee's mandate was in order to firstly enable discussion, decision-making and development, maintenance and promotion of the implementation of international instruments and tools on all traveller controls and facilitation matters, regardless of the mode of transport, and also to promote the implementation of guidelines and other instruments, tools and guidelines for use of API and BRI PNR data for traveller facilitation and enforcement purposes. Also to add the Cruise Line International Association, CLIA, and the International Maritime Organization and other relevant organizations as partners, and to expand the purpose and scope to include all modes of international transport. In this context, the decision-making process in IMO, particularly the FAL Committee, should be taken into account when developing, implementing and reviewing the WCO, IATA, ICAO guidelines on API. It should also be noted that the FAL 48 agreed to add a new output to include declarations for API and booking and reservation information, BRI PNR, for cruise ships and other means of transport in FAL Convention. In addition, the output would allow for the development of mandatory or non-mandatory instruments, including guidelines related to the use of API and BRI PNR data for traveller facilitation and enforcement in maritime. Has to be considered by the FAL Committee, particularly within the annex of the FAL Convention. Furthermore, at FAL 49, it was agreed not to use the term PNR, passenger name record, since that was specific to air transport. Consequently, the name of the output should be amended accordingly, deleting the reference to PNR. Therefore, use of the agreed term should also be included in the terms of reference of the Contact Committee. Therefore, Council is invited to consider the proposed changes to the draft terms of reference as set out in paragraph 13, including the issue related to IMO's participation in the meeting of the Contact Committee as set out in paragraph 14. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a los Emiratos Árabes.
Thank you to the UAE. And before we take the floor, I'd like to call on the World Customs Organization for any comments or additional remarks, which I hope would be helpful to Council members in making their interventions. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to provide some context on the Contact Committee on Advanced Passenger Information, API, and Booking and Reservation Information, BRI Passenger Name Record, PNR Data, or API and BRI PNR Contact Committee, which is hosted by the WCO in partnership with IATA, ICAO, and CLIA. The Contact Committee was initially established to develop and maintain international standards and guidelines related to API and BRI PNR data for air transport, and more recently, within all modes of transport, including maritime. The committee provides a platform where partner organizations can discuss, exchange, and coordinate on cross-cutting matters impacting traveler data, border security, and passenger facilitation. Each partner organization holds full membership status and a decision-making voice for agenda items or sub-items that are pertinent to the mode of transport under their responsibility, maritime, air, and such, or for agenda items marked as cross-cutting items that concern multiple sectors. For topics that fall outside the partner's direct area of responsibility, that partner participates as an observer. This ensures that each organization can contribute to discussions relevant to its sector while also maintaining transparency and open dialogue on all matters considered by the committee. This structure is designed to promote effective cooperation among the partner organizations while also respecting their respective mandates and internal decision-making processes, as set out in the terms of reference. Turning to the proposal submitted by the United Arab Emirates regarding the TOR, I wish to express the WCO's appreciation for the constructive comments and suggestions. With respect to the proposed amendment in paragraph 13.2 for updating the membership section to clarify IMO representation, the WCO is fully supportive. The amendment aligns with the internal representation that each member deems fit. Regarding the other three proposed amendments, those related to the mandate, purpose and scope, and key deliverables, while the intent is well noted and many of the points merit further discussion, we believe it is in line with established procedures of the Contact Committee to defer these proposed changes for consideration at the next meeting of the Contact Committee scheduled for October this year. As for example, changing the name of a guideline cannot be done directly in the TOR, but rather as part of the Contact Committee process. In addition, this will ensure that all partners have an opportunity to reflect on the proposals, provide their input, and ensure that any changes to the TOR are fully aligned with the processes and practices of the Contact Committee. It also respects the distinct governance structures of each partner, including the IMO's own internal mechanisms and the need to capture all partners' processes in the TOR. The WCO welcomes the IMO's active engagement as a partner in the Contact Committee and looks forward to continue close cooperation in harmonizing API and BRI PNR standards across all modes of transport. We remain open and committed to discussing any further TOR amendments with all partners at the next Contact Committee session to ensure the most effective and inclusive governance for this work. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la OMA.
Thank you very much, WCO, for the information and for the comments. And we'll open the floor now, starting with Australia, followed by Denmark.
Thank you, Chair. Australia would like to thank the delegation of the United Arab Emirates for their proposed changes to the terms of reference. Australia supports the UAE's proposal under the membership section at 13.2 and notes, as we have just heard from our WCO colleague, that other elements of the proposal would be best referred to the WCO, API and BRI PNR Contact Committee, where the IMO representative in that forum will participate in updating the terms of reference as appropriate. Australia, as a member of the WCO, is committed to ensuring that critical partners, such as the IMO, be given a voice to take part in WCO discussions and decision-making. Last year, the WCO, with IATA and ICAO, formally expanded the terms of reference of the API and BRI PNR Contact Committee to enable this for the IMO, recognising that it was critical to have a regular forum for customs administrations and key partners to meet and discuss global standards. Accordingly, Australia supports the recommendation for the IMO to evolve from observer status and join IATA and ICAO as a partner in the WCO, API and BRI PNR Contact Committee. allowing full collaboration across and between the multimodal industry and customs. This ongoing partnership will ensure the harmonisation of data standards on passenger information management for maritime and other modes of transport, including aviation. In doing so, we can provide clarity to industry and facilitate more transparent and secure trade. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Australia y
Thank you, Australia. Yes, well, I well understand. That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? The API, BRI, blah, blah. Yeah, well, anyway, I think we'll all understand if we just talk about the committee. The next is Denmark, but I would suggest we actually take the tea or coffee break here. And I'd like to turn to the delegation of Japan for an announcement.
Thank you, Chair, and all distinguished delegates. Japan is honored to inform you all that we would like to offer coffee. And taking this opportunity of this coffee break, we would like to introduce our model of the ammonia fuel tugboat, which would show our commitment and to the transition to achievement for the our IMO's net zero goals. So I hope you enjoy our coffee, and we would like to offer some refreshment, much flavors. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Japón.
Thank you, Japan. We'll be back at 12:30.
Buenas tardes.
Once again, good afternoon. Thank you, Japan, for the coffee, and we continue with requests for the floor. I'll invite Denmark to be followed by the United States.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the information provided in the documents in question. And I can only agree that I hope if we are to continue with this, that we find a more straightforward way to refer to what I will call now the contact committee then. But we surely support membership of IMO as a partner organization to this contact committee. And we also note the information provided on the terms of reference of the contact committee, and also the comments and proposals for amendments by UAE to the terms of reference. And we support that this will be taken into account when finalizing the terms of reference with the World Customs Organization and ICAO. Thank you.
Gracias a Dinamarca.
Thank you, Denmark. United States, followed by Finland.
Thank you, Chair, and my thanks to Japan, although a little bit disappointed there wasn't a receiving line. Chair, I can be brief. The U.S. does support IMO's membership in the contact committee, and I think like others, and maybe Australia, we did have questions how they would handle the terms of reference, because in general we supported the proposal with the UAE on the terms of reference, and to that end we really appreciate the information from WCO, and we see a way forward to get those resolved. So we align ourselves with the intervention of Australia and recently Denmark. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Estados.
Thank you, US. And I'll try to address matters relating to how to address terms of reference in my summing up. Finland, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for Japan for refreshments during the coffee break. Finland thanks the Secretary General for the document C134/20B and additional information by WCO. We can be brief. We align ourselves to the intervention by Denmark and others. We support the approval of the membership of IMO as a partner organization in the WCO-hosted APA and Contact Committee, taking into consideration the proposed amendments to the terms of reference by the UAE in the document C134/14/1 and comments given by WCO. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Finlandia, Canada.
Thank you. Canada to be followed by Peru.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by thanking Japan for the lovely tea break today, and UAE for their submission, as well as the comments by the WCO. We're supportive of the proposed changes to the TOR, and we align with the comments of Australia, Denmark, US, and Finland. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada, Peru, to be followed by Japan. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Japan, for the coffee. The delegation of Peru welcomes the document and would like to express its support for the proposed decision of the IMO as an organization that is associated to the Contact Committee. Said approval would be exclusively for this committee alone. The participation of the IMO in the Contact Committee will enable coordinated integration of obligatory notification of related information on passengers and booking and reservation. And that will bring a strengthening of the interoperability in the maritime sector and the facilitation of international commerce. We reaffirm our commitment with the modernization of maritime transport, the strengthening of maritime governance at the global level, and the promotion of interinstitutional cooperation between multilateral institutions. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Peru.
Thank you, Peru. Japan, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming our reception coffee break. I hope you enjoyed the coffee and the matcha KitKat, the greener feel for human being. Anyway, so on the matter at hand, Japan believes it is important and meaningful for the IMO to become one of the partner organizations under this contract committee. And we support all the action requested of the Council, as set out in paragraph 11 of this document, C134/20B. And regarding the action point 2, Japan is in a position to support the draft TOR of the contract committee as originally proposed by WCO in document file 49/21. However, we thank UAE for the proposed modification and is happy to further consider the proposal. Commenting on specific texts by UAE, Japan supports the proposed modification in the membership section set out in paragraph 13.2, as this is not a matter related to the other organizations. On the other hand, with regard to the other proposed modifications, Japan, in thanking all these proposals and seeing the merit for further consideration, we would like to suggest forwarding them to the contact committee for further consideration in order to seek views from all other organizations, as this is an overarching issue. Again, we would like to emphasize that it is our priority that the IMO immediately become one of the partner organizations under the contact committee. Thank you.
Gracias a Japón.
Thank you, Japan. Italy, followed by Cyprus.
Thank you, Chair. Italy thanks Japan for the coffee break and support IMO's membership as partner in WCO, hosted Data Contact Committee, and align itself to the comment made by the distinguished delegation of Denmark. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Italy. Cyprus, followed by Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Cyprus thanks Japan for the coffee break. We would like to thank the Secretary General for this document. We take note of the proposal and are content to support the recommendation for IMO to become a partner organization in the World Customs Organization, in specific to the Contact Committee. With regard to the document C134/14/1, we would like to thank the UAE, and we support the proposals contained therein to amend the TOR of the Contact Committee, while noting the comments of WCO that the amendments will need to be referred to the next meeting of the Contact Committee for consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Cyprus. Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. First, we thank Japan for the coffee break. IMO's participation in this committee would help ensure that maritime-specific considerations are duly reflected in the development and application of data sharing mechanisms. In this regard, Turkey supports the proposal for the IMO's membership to Contact Committee, taking into account the comments made by the UAE regarding the TOR. Thank you.
Gracias a...
Thank you, Turkey. And I now give the floor to observer states, and I'll begin with Kuwait to be followed by Oman.
شكرا سيد رئيس.
Thank you, Chair.
شكرا سيد رئيس.
Thank you, Chair. Our thanks go to Japan for the coffee break. Chair, my country's delegation is very much in favour of the proposal of the United Arab Emirates. This information on passengers and booking and reservation information will facilitate the travel of passengers, very much what we want to see for all modes of transport. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Kuwait.
Thank you, Kuwait, delegation of Oman.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن نبارك.
Thank you, Chair. Our thanks go to Qatar for the wonderful screen that now adorns the entrance to the IMO, and Japan for the coffee break this afternoon. Thank you to the UAE for its comments and proposed changes with regard to the committee, as the FAL committee, and as regards the participation in the contact committee. We would emphasize the fact that it's key to coordinate guidance on advanced passenger information and booking and reservation information in the maritime sector. The IMO has adopted measures, and these need to be consistent with guidance and rules followed in other organizations. We need to specify what terms are being used in the contact committee with regard to maritime sector usage. And we need to delete the term PNR, passenger name record, which only relates to air travel. That would be in line with the decision of the FAL committee at its 49th session. It's important that we use means to finance the participation of IMO in the contact committee, because the participation can be remote. That will reduce costs. But IMO should be continuously present in the organization of in the work of the contact committee. So the IMO needs to be involved in all developments of rules on API and BRI as we move towards developing uniform criteria. Paragraphs 13.1, 13.3, 13.4 should be referred to the contact committee, and the FAL committee should also consider this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la.
Thank you to the delegation of Oman and all others who have contributed to discussions on this item. In light of the comments we have heard, I take it that Council notes the information presented in document C134.14.1 and C134.20b, as well as the additional information provided orally by the WCO. I also take it that the Council approves the membership of the IMO as a partner organisation in the World Customs Organization hosted Advanced Passenger Information and Booking and Reserve Information, or Passenger Name Record Data Contact Committee, on the understanding that this would be exclusively for this particular contact committee. I also take it that the Council approves the terms of reference of the contact committee included in the annex to document FAL 4921, taking into account the proposals of the United Arab Emirates contained in document C134.14.1, with the following premises. The first being to add the changes proposed in paragraph 13.2 of document C134.14.1 related to the membership section. Secondly, on the mechanism of IMO to nominate experts to participate remotely in the contact committee, to instruct the Secretariat to invite member states and international organizations through a circular letter as soon as the IMO Secretariat receives the letter of invitation from the WCO with the provisional agenda. The third premise, to invite the Contact Committee to consider the proposals of paragraphs 13.1, 13.3 and 13.4 of document C-134-14-1 related to the sections mandate, purpose and scope, and key deliverables. And the fourth and final premise would be to authorize the FAL Committee to consider the revised terms of reference agreed by the Contact Committee and any future recommendations from the Contact Committee relevant to the work of the FAL Committee. If there is no objection, it is so decided. We move now to documents relating to relations with NGOs. We will consider document C-134-WP2, the report and recommendations of the Intersessional Working Group on NGOs, which held its fourth session from the 30th of June to the 2nd of July 2025, and considered documents C-134-20B1, B2, B3, and B4. Document C-134-20B1 and its annexes refer to 12 new applications for consultative status. In this connection, the United Nations Foundation, UNF, informed the organization on the 18th of June 2025 that they had decided to withdraw their application and therefore it does not need to be considered. With respect to the periodic review of NGOs in consultative status with the IMO, all of the background information may be found in document C-134-20B2. The International Spill Control Organization, ISCO, submitted document C-134-20B4 to update the Council on recent changes to their legal and governance structure and to request the Council's support for the continuation of their consultative status. And finally, document C-134-20B3 provides the information gathered by the Secretariat from other United Nations specialized agencies on their respective practices regarding their relations with NGOs, following the Council's request, as you will recall at Council 132. As I've mentioned, the group reviewed these documents and its recommendations to the Council may be found in document C-134-WP2. I now invite Ms. Michelle Sanders of Canada, Chair of the Intersessional Working Group, to introduce the Intersessional Working Group's report.
Gracias, Señor Presidente. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants in the fourth session of the Intersessional Working Group for their important work in analyzing the proposals and the constructive spirit that enabled us to elaborate the group's recommendations. I would also like to thank all the applicants for their time and effort in preparing the dossiers and presentations. In the interest of time, I will not introduce each paragraph, but only inform the Council of the recommendations of the group. The reasons behind each recommendation may be found in the relevant section of the report. As the Council may see in paragraphs 9, 15, 21, and 25 of the report, the group recommended not to grant consultative status to CCAECI, ICOCA, ISA, and Ariara.org. As per the information in paragraphs 7, 13, 19, and 23 of the report, the group recommended to grant IBLA, ISWAN, NEMO, and FISH platform consultative status, and under the classification of organizations in consultative status, to place them under professional and representative bodies, training, education, welfare, shipbuilding, and training, education, welfare, respectively. Finally, as per paragraphs 11, 17, and 27 of the report, the group recommended that CEA, PIANC, and the Ocean Cleanup be granted consultative status on a provisional basis for no more than 2 years, after which a review should be conducted, and they would be placed under the classification of cargo and ports, navigation, and environment, respectively. Regarding the periodic review of NGOs in consultative status with IMO, the group determined that 2 organizations did not actively participate in the work of the organization during the period under review, namely the Institute of International Container Lessors, IICL, and the International Spill Control Organization, ISCO. These organizations did not attend any IMO meetings or submit any documents during the review period. Both organizations submitted a periodic report for this session's review, which provides information on their contributions to IMO's work and is available in Annex 3 of Document C-134-20B/2. Additionally, ISCO submitted 134-20B4, which reports on recent changes to their legal and governance structure and requests the Council's support for their continuation of their consultative status. In this regard, as reflected in paragraphs 31 and 34 of WP2, the group recommended the Council to send a letter to IICL with a reminder of its obligations and informing it that it should make every effort to participate in relevant IMO meetings for the benefit of the organization, and that should there be no improvement in its performance during the next review period, its status might be withdrawn. The group also recommended to withdraw ISCO's consultative status and to advise the Assembly accordingly. With respect to the Inuit Circumpolar Council's request to convert its provisional consultative status to full consultative status, the group was not able to reach consensus and submit a recommendation to the Council regarding this organization. The group's discussion and the different views in this regard are reflected in paragraph 35 of Document C-134-WP2 for consideration by the Council. Additionally, the group recommended that the requests of the Zero Emission Ship Technology Association, or ZESTAS, and the International Federation of Freight Forwarders Association, FIATA, to convert their provisional consultative status to full consultative status be granted. Finally, the group agreed to recommend to the Council to retain the consultative status of the remaining organizations in consultative status with the IMO. Dans l'esprit de multilingualisme,
in the spirit of multilingualism, I'm going to round off my report in French, if I can actually speak French, relating to the information contained in document C-134-20B3. The group has taken due note of the information provided. In this connection, the group recommended not to pursue the charging of fees to non-governmental organizations at the IMO. Furthermore, while considering this topic, as well as other matters within the group's terms of reference, the group identified the need to review the rules and guidelines in order to ensure consistency in interpretation and application going forward, and encourage member states to submit proposals in this regard to the next session of the working group. In this context, the group also requested the Secretariat to collate the provisions used by other United Nations specialized agencies for organizations with consultative or similar status for the reference of the group. These recommendations can be found in paragraphs 41 and 42 of the report. To conclude, allow me to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Andrea, Natalia, Nick, and Emilia of the Secretariat for their support before, during, and after the meeting. It enabled me to be well prepared and ensure that the meeting ran smoothly. Thanks also to all of the NGOs for having taken the time to submit their candidacies and attend, as well as member states for their active participation and their commitment to these questions. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sander, for the full presentation of the report, and allow me to say that in French you sound just like you do in English, and you're beginning to sound as good in Spanish as you do in English as well. With that said, I would recall that the group was open to the participation of all delegations, and there was the opportunity to consider the documents in detail within the group, as you've heard from the presentation from Ms. Sanders. As you've also heard, the group was able to provide to Council a recommendation on all organisations, with the exception of the ICC. I intend to consider the recommendations of the group and then invite Council to decide whether
Ruego me disculpen. Les repito que...
Apologies. Well, as you've heard, the group was able to provide Council with a recommendation on all organisations with the exception of ICC. I intend to consider the recommendations of the group and then invite Council to decide whether to convert ICC's provisional consultative status to full consultative status or to withdraw it.
Por lo tanto, invito a abrir el turno de palabra para...
Well, I'd like to open the floor now to discuss the ICC's status and whether to grant full consultative status or withdraw it. The floor is open.
Delegación de España, seguida de...
The delegation of Spain, followed by Norway. Thank you, Chair. We'd just like to inform the interpreters that there's some slight changes to our statement. Spain shares the majority view in the intersessional working group that ICCs could be deemed to be truly international given the scope of its activity, although the Inuit themselves are only found in a small number of countries. We also acknowledge the excellent participation, the very active involvement of ICC in the work of the IMO since it was first granted consultative status. And we also note and emphasize, as most of the group has done, that the ICC brought to the IMO a singular viewpoint which could not be provided by any other organization with regard to matters affecting the Arctic area because of international shipping. And for these reasons, we are in favor of Council granting the ICC full consultative status. And we'd also like to take this opportunity to thank Canada for their professional attitude and leadership in the intersessional period and the tremendous help provided by the Secretariat in achieving these aims. Thank you.
Gracias a la Delegación de España.
Thank you, Spain. Norway, followed by China.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we fully support the outcome of the working group. And we firstly also would like to extend our appreciation to the Chair of the working group, Ms. Giselle Sanders of Canada, for her excellent leadership. Now, the ICC, representing the indigenous people in the Arctic, provides a unique perspective and expert knowledge to the IMO, especially with regard to the impact of climate change and marine ecosystems in the Arctic, a region in which the IMO has a specific interest and has developed specific rules for. They have, through their provisional status period, actively participated in IMO's work and has also participated in the submissions of documents. The organization is, in our view, international. And in this regard, I refer to Rule 6, which does not specify the number of countries the organization must be represented in, but refers to a sufficient number, taking into account its field of activity. The technical interpretation of the term international is more than 2 countries. ICC is represented in all states relevant to its membership, possibly with one exemption. We are of the opinion that it clearly fulfills the requirement of Rule 6. With regard to the possible participation or affiliation of other organizations, I do believe that although they might, and I stress might, be invited to participate by a member state, it is clear that there are no other NGO that represents the interests as such of ICC. We believe they bring a new perspective to the discussion in the IMO, which is important, especially with regard to the impact shipping has in the Arctic and the impact changes in the Arctic has globally. This delegation is therefore supportive of granting full consultative status to ICC. Thank you.
Gracias a Noruega.
Thank you, Norway. The delegation of China, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Before offering our specific comments, this delegation has a procedural question for clarification from the Secretariat. That is, when the consultative status of NGOs is under review, are the NGOs concerned allowed to be present in the room? And should the live broadcast continue to apply during such deliberation? since in our discussion in the working group, for those NGOs that are discussed, they are not allowed to participate in the working group's meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de China.
Thank you, China, for your comments and your question. And we'll turn now to the Secretary General on that issue. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the delegation of China for the question. ICC has provisional consultative status, and so it can attend council sessions. Council sessions are open unless council decides otherwise. And at the moment, this is an open session, so unless it is otherwise decided, they have the right to attend in the course of the discussion. Thank you.
Le ofrezco la palabra a China de nuevo.
The delegation of China again.
Thank you, Chair. And we also thank the clarification from the Secretary General. So the following are our concrete comments. First of all, we would like to thank Ms. Sanders from Canada for her excellent leadership of our working group and the productive outcomes. Regarding ICC, we had very thorough discussions in the working group. We carefully reviewed the activities carried out by ICC over the past 4 years, and in reference to the specific requirements of the rules and guidelines for consultative status of non-government international organizations, particularly Rules 3D, 3E, and 6, we believe that ICC, in terms of its international character, representativeness, and distinct contributions, cannot meet the relevant requirements. This delegation would like to clarify one point. We fully support and welcome all NGOs that bring unique perspectives and contributions to this organization, which is clearly stipulated under Rule 3E of the Rules and Guidelines. However, we are of the view that the areas covered by ICC, including indigenous perspectives and marine environmental protection, are already addressed by other organizations with consultative status, such as IUCN, WWF, Pacific Environment, and FOEI. Concerning whether ICC is truly international, this was also extensively discussed in the working group. Some delegates consider that ICC's membership consists of a limited number of Arctic countries, and there were divergent views on how its membership should be interpreted. Some consider that representation of more than 2 countries could constitute international character, and further pointed out that the standard to judge whether an organization is truly international is vague, and there may be a need to revise the existing rules to provide clarity. Our concern is that whether the current rules and guidelines are being applied fairly and consistently to all NGOs seeking consultative status. In this very session, we have rejected 2 applications for lacking sufficient international character. Therefore, we fully support discussions on whether the existing rules contain any ambiguities and, where appropriate, revise them to better assist in the assessment of new applications for consultative status to ensure consistencies in the application of standards. But until such revisions are made, we believe fairness must be upheld and double standards should be avoided. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a la delegación de...
Thank you to the delegation of China, Canada, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Canada was pleased to participate in the review of applications at ISWG and GO4, and we support the decisions made. Canada believes that ICC International, who represent Inuit people from across the nations in which they reside, has demonstrated their value to IMO during its 4 years of provisional observer status. Before I speak about the ICC's role, let me say a little bit about the Arctic and why it's important to the IMO and globally. The Arctic is not a distant frontier pertinent only to the countries like Canada, whose geography includes it. The Arctic region is an international climate regulator, home to unique ecosystems and species found nowhere else on Earth. A cultural homeland to Inuit people across continents and an emerging maritime route that connects 3 oceans. Climate change continues to cause a cascade of environmental shifts in the Arctic, with far-reaching consequences on marine safety and environmental protection, including global weather patterns, sea levels, and biodiversity changes that affect regions and economies around the world. The IMO has already recognized the importance of the Arctic to global shipping through amendments to the Polar Code, seminars, and marquee initiatives like last year's amendments to MARPOL to designate the Canadian Arctic as an emission control area. The international Inuit communities, represented by the 4 organizations that make up ICC International, have lived in the Arctic environment for thousands of years. They are at the forefront of marine safety and environmental stewardship in the Arctic. Their deep knowledge of sea ice, marine life, and weather patterns is an essential asset in navigating the rapidly changing Arctic landscape. As new challenges and opportunities for global shipping in the Arctic continue to emerge, the work of the IMO to protect the safety of vessels, seafarers, and the environment along these routes will increasingly depend on the expertise and knowledge that the ICC International can bring to bear on IMO discussions. The Inuit Circumpolar Council, in provisional status with the IMO for the last 4 years, has made key contributions to these initiatives to demonstrate why traditional knowledge in complement with traditional science is important. Their expertise has been incredibly valuable to the IMO in understanding the realities and impacts of our work on GHG emissions, underwater noise, and much more. To put some numbers to that, the ICC has contributed over 21 submissions and attended various meetings, including MEPC and MSC. The IMO's work on marine regulations and guidelines have global impact. As such, they should be developed with the benefit of global input. By granting ICC International consultative status at the IMO, the global shipping community can benefit from the lived experience and wisdom of Inuit communities and people who know the Arctic best. On this last point, while some of their concerns may be similar to other organizations with consultative status, they are not the same and cannot speak their voice through an organization that does not have the cultural and traditional ties that the Inuit bring to the table. Finally, on the specific issue of international representation, we think it is critical to read the requirement of truly international with careful consideration of the guidelines for the application of Rule 6, which states that it must be assessed taking into account its field of activity. The Inuit people are found in 4 countries. The ICC International includes membership from all 4 countries. Its breadth of membership therefore covers 100% of the countries that represent its field of activity. For all these reasons, Canada supports granting ICC full consultative status. Thank you very much, Chair, and everyone, for the time.
Gracias a Canadá.
Thank you, Canada. The United States, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. And first, like others, we would offer our thanks to Michelle in Canada for chairing the group, and also for the members of the group and the product that they produced for our consideration today. Chair, with regard to ICC, this delegation aligns completely with the statements that have been made by Spain, Norway, and just now Canada. And in order to be brief, because of the time, please do not misinterpret me saying this as not feeling as strongly as they do that ICC deserves full status. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a los.
Thank you. United States, Mexico, followed by Australia.
Gracias, señor presidente. México.
Thank you, Chair. Mexico would like to thank the working group and its chair, Michelle Sanders, for the outcome and the action offered to the Council, and in particular, Mexico, given the diversity in the organisation, thinks that it's essential in multilateral fora support full consultative status for the ICC. Thank you.
Gracias a México.
Thank you, Mexico. Australia, followed by the UK.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Intersessional Working Group for their consideration and recommendations for which Australia agrees. In respect to the ICC, Australia would like to echo other delegations' support for the ICC being granted full consultative status. We commend ICC's active and valuable participation in the IMO's work since first being granted provisional consultative status. ICC offers a unique viewpoint that cannot be represented through other organisations. It's important to bring diverse perspectives into the work of the IMO. Article 41 of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples state that specialised agencies in the United Nations system shall contribute to ensuring participation of Indigenous peoples on issues affecting them. Providing the ICC with ongoing consultative status will contribute to this outcome. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Australia. El Reino Unido.
Thank you, Australia. The United Kingdom, followed by Bahamas.
Thank you, Chair. The United Kingdom supports the recommendations as set out in the report of the Intersessional Working Group and would like to thank Ms Sanders for her leadership. With regards to the request of the Inuit Circumpolar Council to convert to full consultative status, we align ourselves with the comments made by Spain, Norway, Canada, and others. I'm not going to attempt to define international, especially at 520, but I think the question we have to ask ourselves here today is, can ICC make a useful contribution to the work of this organisation? And in doing that, can it have a truly global impact? And it's the view of this delegation that it can. The ICC represents an area of the world that is uniquely impacted by the advance of commercial shipping into its waters. They bring a unique perspective to our deliberations and have been an engaged and constructive voice in the work of this organisation over the past 4 years. While they're naturally limited in the geographic spread of their membership, many of the decisions we make on ocean governance and maritime policy will disproportionately affect the communities the ICC represents. The UK therefore supports granting the ICC full consultative status. Thank you.
Gracias al Reino Unido.
Thank you. The United Kingdom, Bahamas, followed by the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Chair. I realize it's a bit late, but if I may digress just a little. Earlier on, I was delighted to see Captain Finlay on the screen and to hear him in good voice, but I was especially happy to note that he only had cotton ball in one of his nostrils and not both. But in going forward with this, Chair, I wish to thank the chair of the group, Ms. Michelle Sanders from Canada, and the members of the working group dealing with this issue. I was able to follow a portion of it online as well. The reason why the question is before us as a group today is because the working group was unable to come to a specific recommendation. And therefore, they have brought it to us as to whether the ICC will continue because they have already served 2 consecutive terms in consultative status, and therefore we make a decision. And the Bahamas supports others who believe that the ICC has provided an invaluable perspective on the work that they have done dealing with the polar region. As any sailor would know, a barometer is important because that determines what type of weather he may be going into. And having said that, the ICC for us is an important barometer. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias a...
Thank you, Bahamas. The Netherlands, followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. I first of all would like to thank everyone who participated in the Intersessional Working Group, and above all, of course, its chair, Mrs. Michelle Sanders. This delegation is happy to support all the recommendations made by the Intersessional Working Group on the new implications. And we would also like to support the conversion of the current provisional consultative status of CESTA and FIATA to a full consultative status. With regard to ICC, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is convinced that ICC indeed provides a unique perspective on developments and activities in a region that will become more and more important in the future. The Kingdom of the Netherlands believes that ICC does have a unique added value to the work of IMO, and that it has showed that added value over the past few years. We therefore align ourselves with the interventions made by Spain, Norway, Canada, the US and others, and support a full consultative status of ICC. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a los Países Bajos.
Thank you, Netherlands, the delegation of Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. Sweden thanks the working group for its work and its chair, Ms. Sanders. We fully align with the comments made by Spain, Canada, Norway and others, and we fully support granting ICC full consultative status. Thank you.
Gracias a Suecia. No tengo más.
Thank you, Sweden. I have no further requests from council members. So we will now turn to the observer states, beginning with the Russian Federation, followed by Poland.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening to you and esteemed colleagues. First of all, our thanks go to all of the delegations who've invited us yesterday evening, today, and during the day today. Would also like to thank all participants of the working group, which have done a big job. With regard to the matter under discussion, Chair, firstly, we'd like to align ourselves with the words that have been said by the delegation of China in regard to the matter of the consultative statement of the Inuit Circumpolar Council. We believe that after 4 years of discussion, the matter is entirely straightforward. What is required is an answer to the question of whether the Council in question has carried out the necessary corrective work and ensured compliance with the organisation's rules concerning the granting of consultative status to NGOs. This relates primarily to Rules 6, 3D and 3E. And these are rules that have already been mentioned by the delegation of China today. And it's absolutely clear that the answer is no. This is a conclusion that also follows from the submission of ICC itself for consultative status. And that's precisely why the Intersessional Working Group on NGOs was not able to reach a decision. Meanwhile, a number of delegations are disregarding the need of respecting our own rules. And for the sake of this single case, these delegations are seeking to create a dangerous precedent, one in which we break our own rules, undermine established practice, and damage the reputation of our organisation. How would we be able, after this, to explain to other NGOs whose applications for consultative status we deny, why we are acting inconsistently and unfairly? In order for these arguments not to be unsubstantiated, let me give you some examples. In the current report of the Intersessional Working Group, for instance, there's mention of the NGO Ariara International Institute, which was denied status because this institute is a regional organization and could not be deemed truly international. This entirely mirrors the case of the ICC. And even more illustrative is the case of the European NGO, which we considered a number of years ago. That's the NGO Europesce, which represents companies from 33 countries. This is an NGO that was denied consultative status as a regional and not genuinely international organization because it excluded applicants from outside its region. And the ICC operates in the same way. And there are many such precedents in our practice. So in this context, granting the ICC permanent status would be a gross violation of the organization's rules by the Council and a serious undermining of prior practice. And it would also set a highly dangerous precedent, as I've already said. Thank you.
Gracias a la Federación de Rusia.
Thank you to the Russian Federation for your comments. The chair's asking the interpreters for an extra 10 minutes. Yes, sir, 10 minutes.
Gracias a los intérpretes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We thank Japan for hosting the afternoon tea. Regarding the matter at hand, we thank Ms. Michelle Sanders for chairing the group, and we support the outcome of the group's work and the recommendations. We align ourselves with those delegations who have commended the ICS active and valuable participation in IMO meetings. We recognize the unique knowledge, expertise, and perspective the ICC brings. qualities that cannot be substituted by input from other organizations. Therefore, we support granting the ICC full consultative status. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias a Polonia.
Thank you, Poland. I have further requests from the floor from NGOs, but since this is a decision for members, allow me to try to make a proposal for a decision in the light of the comments. In light of which, I consider that Council wishes to convert ICC's provisional consultative status to full consultative status. And if there are no objections, then it is so decided.
Por tanto, les agradecería a las organizaciones no gubernamentales que han...
So I'd be grateful if the NGOs who've requested the floor, if they are in agreement with this, to please lower their flags. Withdraw the request.
So that against? Oh, no, sorry.
Muchas gracias por su comprensión.
Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. And that completes part of the consideration of the recommendations of the working group. But we've overrun now by 5 minutes.
Mañana seguiremos considerando.
Tomorrow we'll continue with the remaining matters in WP2. And I'd like to conclude today's session by firstly thanking you all for your cooperation. We've made considerable progress, but we are still behindhand with our agenda, seriously behind. So tomorrow I'd be very grateful if you could restrict your interventions to the extent possible, and please not to exceed 3 minutes, because I will have to interrupt at that point. And without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Chile. They have an announcement to make. Thank you, sir. Well, we're more than halfway through the week. We've done a lot of hard work, and we'd like to invite all members, delegations, secretariat and interpreters, thank you, sir, to take your glasses off, put your dark glasses on, enjoy the sun, and come along and enjoy a pisco sour and some Chilean refreshments. Thank you all very much, and we'll meet again, says the chair, at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Enjoy yourselves.